All right. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. My name is Donny Budinsky. I am your host for this evening's valuable program. On Standing for Truth, we uphold the truth of biblical creation. And it is a privilege to have Dr. Peter Line with me to assist in accomplishing this important mission. Peter is an authority on this topic of hominins and debunking human evolution. He is very well researched and brings consistent and balanced answers to questions related to ape to man evolution. This program is going to be comprehensive. In many ways, it is a two-part program combined into one massive show revealing the truth about human origins. If you believe in ape to man evolution and you are open-minded, you might just change your mind after watching this show. Firstly, we are going to focus on out of Africa chaos. The out of Africa theory doesn't work. Dr. Line will explain exactly why. What about the so-called hominins? Those in the audience wondering if we are going to touch on aspects of last week's fossil record and hominins debate. The answer is yes. And so we are going to be touching on the Australopithecines once again. Peter and I, we've done a full three-part series on this, but we do want to leave no stone unturned. We are going to answer the question, what is the best creationist explanation for these interesting creatures? And these questions and more will be answered comprehensively today. Another question that we will be engaging is the question, what about the hypothesis that says Lucy wasn't actually an apish primate, but a human pygmy? This question will also be answered today. Peter Line, my brother, it's great to have you back. I've been looking forward to this show. I know the audience has been as well. It's kind of a hot topic right now. And so, Peter, how are you doing this evening? Or I guess morning for you. You're in the future, brother.
Yeah, thank you. No, great to be here. Yeah, no, I'm doing fine. Thanks, Donny. Yeah, so good. So hopefully it'll be an interesting time.
Absolutely. We have a lot to cover. In many ways, one could say that this is going to be a seminar on the out of Africa theory and hominin fossils in general. I see a good mix in our chat already of critics and non-critics. I know people are looking forward to your presentation, and therefore I will give you a formal introduction for anybody who might be unfamiliar with who you are. And then Peter will get right into your first talk for tonight. So we're always getting new subscribers, new viewers. And so for those who maybe this is your first time hearing from Peter, Peter's undergraduate majors were in biophysics and instrumental science. After this, he completed master's and Ph.D. degrees in the area of neuroscience, focusing on brain electrophysiology, and spent over a decade involved in such research. Subsequently, he worked as a university lecturer, teaching in the area of anatomy and physiology for over a decade. Peter has been interested in the creation evolution issue ever since becoming a Christian, as evolution was a stumbling block to him believing God's word was true. He has had a particular interest in the so-called hominid fossils for many years and has published several articles on the subject. For those that want to see more from Peter, I do want to encourage you to check the description box of this video, where you can find links to his articles and also links to our previous programs here together. Peter has blessed us with 5 programs. 2 of them were on how neuroscience refutes human evolution. And then we did a 3-part, nearly 10-hour series, Peter. Your endurance is impressive, brother, addressing all of your major icons of human evolution. That includes Lucy. That includes Littlefoot. We had a section on Littlefoot, Australopithecus Prometheus, which we will be discussing here again tonight. And so please, if you have not yet seen those programs will really complement tonight's program. And so check that out.
I just forgot something. Can I be back in a few seconds?
Of course, yeah. Yeah.
I just forgot something.
No worries. So to the audience, as Peter's grabbing that, I'll let you know, we do also want to keep this interactive. And so how we have this program structured is we have an initial presentation from Peter titled Out of Africa Chaos. And this is going to be a major game changer. You're going to see why the out of Africa theory simply doesn't work. It is going to be an informative, thought-provoking presentation. And then we're going to jump into questions.
Sorry about that.
No worries. And questions from you guys. So please, if you do have questions or challenges, maybe you disagree with something Peter has said, send your disagreement in the form of a question, and we will engage those. And then we're going to shift into part 2 of this program, focusing on what I described earlier as the Lucy Pygmy hypothesis. Okay, Peter, let's hand it to you, brother. I'm looking forward to it. The audience is as well. So therefore, let's get your slides up, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Donny, for that. Yeah. So this presentation is about the evolutionary out of Africa theory of modern human origins. I guess you could say it's about the rise and fall and attempted rise again of the out of Africa theory of modern human origins. So it's not about the alternative biblical human origins model. I've talked more about that elsewhere on another channel, and also in that 10-hour series when discussing Homo erectus, but and not today. That would take another 100 slides, and I think we've got enough on our plate. Actually, when I prepared this, so just take a sip of water. When I prepared this slide talk, it was only going to be this, but events have overtaken us. So I stretched it out. So now I probably might skip or shrink it a bit, on particularly early parts where there's a lot of redundant information. All right. So the models of modern human origins. In 1993, Leslie Ayala, a paleoanthropologist, wrote that there were 4 main competing models that emerged as explaining or as explanation for modern human origins. You have the Africa replacement model, which argued that modern humans rose first in Africa about 100,000 years ago and spread throughout the world and basically replaced the migrating populations. The indigenous populations were replaced by the migrating populations with little, if any, hybridization, that is interbreeding between the groups. And that supposedly received a lot of support from genetic evidence. Then you had the African hybridization and replacement models, which was similar to the above, but allow for a greater extent of hybridization or interbreeding between the migrating population and indigenous population, which is regarded as pre-modern. And then you have the assimilation model, which also accepted an African origin of modern humans, but it kind of denied replacement or basically differed in denying replacement or populations migration as a major factor in the appearance of modern humans. Rather, it emphasized the importance of gene flow, admixture, changing selection pressures, and resulting directional morphological change. So basically, she said it accepts the fact that at least in some areas of Eurasia, local evolution or continuity could play an important role in the appearance of modern humans. And then you have the multi-regional evolution model, which differed from the previous 3. It denied a recent African origin of modern human, emphasizing the role of both genetic continuity over time and gene flow between contemporaneous populations, in arguing that modern human arose not only in Africa but also in Europe and Asia from their Middle Pleistocene forebears. And according to Ayala, I hope that's pronounced the name right. Apologies if I don't. The only area where the 4 models and in her words, agree is that there was an initial migration out of Africa in the late Lower Pleistocene or early Middle Pleistocene period, resulting in the first appearance of Homo erectus in Eurasia. Now I'm going to focus on the dominant model. That's number one, the African replacement models, as well as discuss a little bit of rival number 4. Okay, bits of pieces of the other models have been incorporated into new models since the collapse of models number 1 and 2. So the old Africa theory of the next few slides will kind of summarize the old Africa. I call it the old Africa out of Africa theory because the new ones arriving these days. So I'm going to cover that. It gives a brief summary, followed by a summary of the multi-regional theory. Then I'll discuss the out of Africa theory in more detail. So the old out of Africa theory, that is the replacement model, has been the most influential evolutionary model of modern human origins in the last few decades. So it proposed that modern humans evolved in Africa around 200,000 years ago in the more eastern part, as indicated by the red colors in the diagram above, and has subsequently emerged out of Africa in the past 100,000 years or so, or more recently, in the direction of the red arrows shown in the diagram, and replacing little or no interbreeding the earlier so-called archaic lineages, such as Neanderthals and Homo erectus, indicated by the non-red colors on the map. So the latter, said to be a result of earlier and more limited migration out of Africa, the earliest around 1.5 to supposedly around 1.5 to 2 million years ago. Now, I just outline it. I don't accept the age dates assigned by evolutionists, but I give them here as they are often central to the discussion and argument. So I need to quote them, but I don't agree with the validity of the dating methods. Now, according to Christopher Bay and Katrina Duca and Michael Petraglia in 2017, the traditional out of Africa model proposed that a single major dispersal of modern humans out of Africa and into Eurasia occurred sometime after 60 to 50,000 years ago. In this model, early dispersal by anatomical modern humans into the Levant, that is Craftsman School, were minor in scale and for all intents and purposes evolutionary dead ends. So you had these modern humans emerging earlier, but into the Levant, so Israel and in that area, but they reckon they just died out. So this out of Africa model was largely supported by early genetic studies and to various extents by archaeology, geochronology, and hominin paleontology, according to these authors. Now, according to the New Essential Guide and New Scientist Essential Guide number 4 in 2020, and in 1987 came a bombshell. A team of geneticists at the University of California, Berkeley, sequenced 147 mitochondrial genomes from living people around the world. The mitochondrial cells are inherited from mothers only, and in the study indicated everyone was descended from a single woman dubbed mitochondrial Eve, who probably lived in Africa about 200,000 years ago. The result was very influential. It was quickly consolidated into what is known as the recent out of Africa package. The idea that modern humans appeared quite abruptly in Eastern or Southern Africa sometime between 200,000 and 150,000 years ago and went on to conquer the world. And the package also introduced a distinction between anatomical and behavioral modernity. Based on archaeological evidence, it looked as though early Homo sapiens had bodies like us but weren't as advanced mentally. Only later, about 50 or 60,000 years ago, did the full package evolve, perhaps due to a chance mutation, making dispersal out of Africa possible. This tidy, compelling narrative became known as human revolution. So that was their thing, and supposedly a chance mutation in the brain or something made them all more clever. I won't get into that because too much time, but I think that's just a lot of hogwash, but it's very simplistic. Anyhow, according to the Wilder-Blackwell Student Dictionary of Human Evolution, the most widely accepted version out of the Africa hypothesis is called the recent African origin or replacement model. It suggests that modern Homo sapiens evolved from a Homo heidelbergensis or Homo rhodesiensis ancestor in Africa about 200,000 years ago, and that the hominin group existing outside of Africa did not contribute in any significant way to the ancestry of current modern human populations. Some of these early Homo sapiens migrated out of Africa about 100,000 years ago and spread throughout the old world, where they replaced existing populations such as Homo neanderthalensis. Support for this hypothesis came from research that concluded all living human populations shared a most recent female common ancestor who lived in Africa about 200,000 years ago. Okay, so that's a bit about intro about the out of Africa theory. So this was kind of the rival, and these groups are kind of fighting amongst themselves, sort of, as the rich models were better. So basically, so before going into more detail about the Africa theory, I just want to give a brief outline of this rival multi-regional hypothesis of human evolution. Now, the old multi-region model of modern human origins argued that the various human groups arose in the regions they are located today. So in this view, humans, as in Homo erectus, also migrated out of Africa to different regions of the world, but much earlier, around supposedly 1.5 to 2 million years ago. However, rather than being replaced by subsequent recent migration, these early humans allegedly evolved in parallel in these different geographic regions. Proponents of this theory suggested that a gene flow between the different groups via interbreeding was adequate to maintain humans as a single species. In this scenario, there was no out of Africa spread within the past 100,000 years. According to Christopher Seddon, an independent researcher, the old multi-regional model of modern human was developed from Weidenreich's theory by Milford Woodruff and Alan Thorne in the 1980s. Weidenreich did work on the Peking man and also some of the Java Homo erectus specimens. He made some great illustration and documented and made casts of the Peking man finds which got lost, but that's another story. Anyhow, Seddon goes on to say the underlying concept of the developed model was center and edge evolution. The model proposed that Africa was the most significant source of genetic variation throughout the course of human evolution. The predominant direction of gene flow was from the more densely populated center in Africa to less densely populated edges in Europe, Asia, and Australia. Now, Seddon continues, Homo erectus was viewed as a polytypic species with several distinct geographical variants that shows some continuity with later geographical variants of Homo sapiens. There was no distinct boundary between erectus and sapiens, either in time or geographically. No speciation went where sapiens emerged as a distinct species from a population of Homo erectus. Hence, Homo erectus is no more than the earlier form of a single evolving lineage for which the correct name, by virtue of taxonomic priority, is Homo sapiens. And in the Wiley-Blackwell Student Dictionary of Human Evolution, it says the hypothesis began with that Woodruff had drawn observation that a distinct morphological signature could be traced through the hominin fossil record in Australasia, but they later argued that a similar morphological continuity within geographical regions could be observed in the hominin fossil record over much of the old world. The multi-regional hypothesis argued that Homo erectus was the first hominin to leave Africa, and that 1 million years ago these migrants dispersed to populate much of Asia and parts of Europe. It stressed that these regional populations of Homo erectus encountered and adapted to quite different environments, and because of their relative geographic isolation, regional differences began to appear, yet there was sufficient gene exchange between adjacent groups to ensure that the population continued to remain as one species. Okay. Now, global multi-regionalism is no more believable than the out of Africa model. Even from an evolutionary viewpoint, it does not seem credible that for 1.5 to 2 million years, gene exchange between small Homo erectus population, thinly scattered across several continents, helped keep them all united as a single species, while the different populations evolved separately into the anatomical modern human form, all getting across the finish line around the same time. Now, so back to the replacement out of Africa model, and here's the main points. Modern humans first arose in Africa about 200,000 years ago. Modern humans appeared quite abruptly in Eastern or Southern Africa. Modern humans emerged out of Africa sometime between 50 and 100,000 years ago. Modern humans replaced with little or no interbreeding the so-called archaic lineages such as Neanderthals and Homo erectus. Some proponents use some proponents, I think I wrote that wrongly. Anyhow, some proponents view a chance mutation about 50 to 60,000 years ago made humans more mentally advanced, making dispersal out of Africa possible. This was promoted as the human revolution. As I said, I think that's not very credible. But, now, so the replacement out of Africa, old out of Africa model, main evidence were more diverse mitochondrial DNA found in Africans, implying people have lived longer in Africa. A phylogenetic tree based on mitochondrial DNA pointed a female mitochondrial Eve who lived in Africa. Mitochondrial DNA mutations would take between 148 and 280,000 years, hence the 200,000 years date. It would take this long to accumulate at a steady rate the mutations from mitochondrial Eve to present day. The oldest modern human fossils were found in Eastern Africa. The date of the oldest modern human fossil in Africa fitted with the mitochondrial Eve date of 200,000 years ago. Point 6, there were no modern human fossil humans found outside Africa that were older than 100,000 years ago, except in Israel. The Quavsane school dated about 80 to 120,000 years, but these were considered evolutionary dead ends. The fossil evidence was said to show little or no interbreeding of modern humans with the earlier so-called archaic lineages such as the Neanderthals and Homo erectus. Behavioral culture modernity based on archaeological evidence is associated with the spread of modern humans. So this was all the kind of evidence that was sort of used to support the theory. All right. So let's go into some of this evidence then. So here was a sort of a game-changing paper. So whilst there may have been paleoanthropologists toying around with out Africa theories before this paper, the publication of this study in January 1987 put the out Africa replacement model on steroids. Okay, so that was the study by Cranial on mitochondrial DNA and human evolution. It's already mentioned a bit about it. So basically, mitochondrial DNA is from 147 people drawn from 5 geographical populations having analysed by restriction mapping, and then they postulated that the one woman lived about 200,000 years ago, probably in Africa. Okay, and all the population examined except the African population had multiple origins, implying that each area was colonized repeatedly. Anyhow, commenting on the Cranial paper, Anne Gibbons wrote in 1982 in a journal Science. In that paper, they claimed they could trace the origins of modern humans by examining the DNA of the mitochondria, the tiny structures within each cell that generates its energy and are transmitted only by the mother. The underlying premise was that they could determine how closely related people of different ethnic origins are by comparing the mitochondrial DNAs. By building ancestral trees based on those relationships, the researchers could then trace the branches backward until they reached the last common ancestor from whom we all inherited our mitochondrial DNA. When the Wilson group first compared the mitochondrial DNAs of various people, they were struck by how vividly the Africans stood out. Their mitochondrial DNA was far more diverse than that of other regional groups, implying that people have lived longer in Africa because it would take more time to accumulate the larger number of mutations in their DNA. And when the Berkeley group calculated how long it would take to accumulate those mutations at a steady rate, they concluded that it would take between 140,000 and 280,000 years, thereby giving Eve's approximate age. Chris Stringer and Robin Mecki in 1996 commented on it, the theory. Second, when the researchers put their data in a computer and asked it to produce the most likely set of linkages between the different people graded according to the similarity of the mitochondrial DNA, it created a tree with 2 main branches. One consisted solely of Africans, the other contained the remaining people of African origin and everyone else in the world. The limb that connected these 2 main branches must therefore have been rooted in Africa, the researchers concluded. Lastly, the studies showed that African people had slightly more mitochondrial DNA mutations compared to non-Africans, implying the roots are a little older. In total, these results seem to provide overwhelming support for the idea that mankind arose in Africa. And according to research data very recently, the arithmetic placed the common ancestors living between 142.5 and 285,000 years ago, probably about 200,000 years ago. These figures show that the appearance of modern forms of Homo sapiens occurred first in Africa around this time, and that all present-day humans are descendants of that African's population, stated Wilson and his team. They continue, but far more damning than this qualitative critique was Temple's quantitative attack on the Berkeley's team of computing methods. The researchers used a program called phylogenetic analysis using parsimony. They put in their data and out popped the tree. As a result of analyzing just one rind, they fooled themselves into thinking they had a well-resolved evolutionary tree, adds Templeton. In fact, there are thousands of equally good but different trees that can be made from the Berkeley data. This point is acknowledged by Rivola, who accepts the research is flawed, but unlike Templeton, does not believe that Eve is officially dead. She admits that thousands of different trees can be grown from the data, but points out that nearly all these mitochondrial bushes are only trivially different from each other. In fact, we found 3 groups of trees, although there may be more if one searched further. 2 had their roots in Africa, while a third's origins are unclear. So there is still evidence of an African origin, but it is not proof. Such qualifications have largely gone unheard. However, such was the robustness of the original hype about Eve, and so emphatic the subsequent criticisms of her existence, that most observers could reasonably assume that her rise was temporary and her fall permanent. She had been cast out of her African Eden forever, and she was not alone. Eve was popularly associated in people's minds with the out Africa theory. So, hence, whether the supposed evolutionary mitochondrial tree, which Templeton says is a gene tree, not a population tree, was falsified or not, the situation was sort of getting to an impasse at this stage of the game. Now, in 1999, Kate Wong wrote on the issue in Scientific American on the problematic molecular clock. And because mutations are generally thought to occur randomly and to accumulate at a constant rate, the data for the common mitochondrial DNA ancestors can theoretically be calculated. This molecular clock indicates that the mitochondrial DNA ancestor lived a mere 200,000 years ago, and the roots of the gene tree traces to Africa. These results, along with the observation that variation is highest in Africa, indicating that modern humans have been in Africa the longest, seem to offer unambiguous support to a recent African origin for all modern humans. But the significance of each finding has been questioned. The data is a suspect because the molecular clock depends on problematic assumptions, such as the calibration date and mutation rate. And if natural selection has shaped mitochondrial DNA, as some studies suggest, then the rate of mutation accumulation may have differed at different times. The African root for the mitochondrial DNA gene tree is compatible with that of Africa, but it does not exclude multi-regionalism, which predicts that the common ancestor lives somewhere in the old world, probably Africa. And neither does the high mitochondrial DNA variation in African populations as compared with non-African uniquely support out of Africa, according to anthropologist John Relford of State University of New York College at the Oneonta. You could get the same result if Africa had just had more people living there, which makes sense ecologically, he asserts. Now, creationists have argued that the age of the calibration point is invalid, which could give an incorrect mutation rate. Hence, the molecular clock by evolutionists is wrong on this reason alone. The method of analysis used by phylogeographers is highly theoretical, involving assumptions, speculations, and large uncertainties. For example, to obtain absolute ages for the nested hierarchy of clades as opposed to relative ages, the tree with many branches must be calibrated to some known event. In this instance, the date for the common mitochondrial DNA ancestor may be calculated on the assumption, which is incorrect, that humans and chimpanzees diverged from a common ancestor supposedly 6 or 5 million years ago. However, this 6 million year calibration point, that is known event, must be derived from dating of fossils, if available. In the past, the human chimpanzee alleged common ancestor, the calibration point, with 5 or 6 million years ago, was itself determined by a molecular clock, one whose calibration point was a supposed branching point between old world monkeys and apes, supposedly 30 million years ago, as determined by conventional dating of fossils. In either case, the absolute age of the calibration point comes down to radiometric dating. But radiometric dating is based on unproven assumption. And so in the end, the timescale of the molecular clock has no reliable correlation with absolute ages. Now, some relief for the outer Africa theory came from the relatively new field of ancient DNA analysis, well, new at the time anyhow, whose results was said to suggest that Neanderthals went extinct without contributing mitochondrial DNA to modern humans. Hence, this supported the replacement without interbreeding hypothesis, at least in Europe. So this is the study, the first one, I believe, by Krings et al. And so I summed up the study there, basically that basically multiple controls indicate this sequence is endogenous to the fossil sequence comparison of human mitochondrial DNA sequences, as well as phylogenetic analysis show that Neanderthal sequence falls outside the variation of modern humans. Furthermore, the age of the common ancestor of the Neanderthal and modern human mitochondrial DNA is estimated to be 4 times greater than that of the common ancestor of human mitochondrial DNA. This suggests that Neanderthals went extinct without contributing mitochondrial DNA to modern humans. And so following a study by Caramelli et al. In 2003, James Patterson, new scientist, in a New Science article, wrote an article titled "It's Official, Neanderthals and Humans Didn't Date." And he wrote, "We are not partially descended from Neanderthals. A study of ancient DNA has confirmed. This settles the controversy over whether ancient humans bred with Neanderthals. If they did, it was so rare that Neanderthals failed to pass on any genetic legacy to modern people." So that was a statement back then. The person probably have to eat their words a bit later. But anyhow, so basically, according to Patterson, the study reported that mitochondrial DNA sequences of Neanderthals differ from those of modern people between 23 and 28 base pairs per 360 tested, clearly separating from living populations. But the Cro-Magnon sequence was indistinguishable from modern humans. So the outer Africa replacement model remained dominant for a few years there, but serious cracks in the theory became evident in 2010. The replacement without interbreeding part of the model was essentially falsified overnight with the publication of a study by Green et al. So basically, I'll kind of read everything now. But I said we showed that Neanderthals share more genetic variants with present-day humans Eurasia than with present-day human sub-Saharan Africa, suggesting that gene flow from Neanderthals into the ancestors of non-Africans occurred before the divergence of Eurasian groups from each other. And basically, comment on the Green et al. Study in Nature, Rex Dalton wrote, already analysis of the Neanderthal genome has helped to resolve a debate about whether there was interbreeding between Neanderthals and Homo sapien. Genome comparisons suggest that the two groups mated an estimated 45 to 80,000 years ago in the Eastern Mediterranean area. The sequence study from a consortium led by Svante Pääbo of the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig, Germany, found that the genomes of non-African Homo sapiens today contain around 1 to 4% of sequence inherited from Neanderthals. Since then, it has been found that the Denisovans were interbreeding modern humans and Neanderthals, in addition to Neanderthals interbreeding with modern humans. Between 2 and 4% of genomes of non-Africans are estimated to be Neanderthal, hence by the biological species concept that makes them all part of the same species. Technically, they should all be classified as Homo sapiens. It also means that from a biblical view, they were all members of the created humankind and hence descendants of Adam and Eve. Now, 2017 saw other main features points of the outer Africa theory collapse. On 8th of June 2017, Hualongdong et al. Published a paper reporting on newly discovered fossils from Jebel Irhoud, with Richard et al. Publishing the new dates for the fossil. Hualongdong et al. Wrote, "We identified a mosaic of features including facial, mandibular, and dental morphology that aligns of Jebel Irhoud material with early or recent anatomical modern humans and more primitive neurocranial and endocranial morphology. In combination of age of 315,000 plus or minus 34,000 years, as determined by firm Luminan, stating this evidence makes Jebel Irhoud the oldest and richest African Middle Stone Age hominin site that documents early stages of the H. sapiens clade in which key features of modern morphology were established. Furthermore, it shows that the evolution process behind the emergence of Homo sapiens involved the whole African continent." So, according to Hualongdong, the Irhoud fossils, Jebel Irhoud, one was discovered in 1961, the cranial capacity of around 1,305 cubic centimeters. These fossils were initially considered to be around 40,000 years old and an African form of Neanderthals. Now, an attempt to date one of the hominins directly by uranium series combined with electrospin resonance suggests an age of 160,000 years. So it shows it. And it shows, and they state it shows that the evolution processes behind the emergence of Homo sapiens evolved the whole African continent. And I note, in contrast to their modern facial morphology, the Irhoud crania retain a primitive overall shape of the brain case and endocast that is unlike those of recent modern humans. They are elongated and not globular. And they state the Irhoud fossils currently represent, to our knowledge, the most securely dated evidence of early phase of Homo sapiens evolution in Africa, and they do not simply appear as intermediate between African archaic Middle Pleistocene forms and recent modern humans. Even approximately 300,000 years ago, their facial morphology is almost indistinguishable from that of recent modern humans, corroborating the interpretation of the fragmentary specimen from Flores Bay, South Africa, as a primitive Homo sapiens tentatively dated to 260,000 years ago. I don't know about whether to say this securely dated evidence. Well, you already had 40,000 years, 160,000 years, and 300,000 years. So I don't know, saying it's now securely dated. Anyhow, the caption associated with reconstruction stated the first of our kind, two views of a composite reconstruction of the earliest known Homo sapien fossils by Jebel Irhoud, Morocco, based on state-of-the-art computer tomography of several original fossils 300,000 years ago. These early Homo sapiens already had a modern facial skull that falls into the variation of humans living today. However, the archaic-looking brain skull blue shows that the brain shape and possibly brain function still developed within the Homo sapiens lineage. So basically, to sum up, a Homo sapiens fossil skull from Jebel Irhoud, Morocco, was redated from about 160,000 to much earlier, 350,000 years ago, or it was actually first thought to be these fossils for just 40,000 years old. From an evolutionist perspective, it meant, anyhow, that this find meant that humans appeared in Africa over 100,000 years earlier than thought, and in North Africa, not in East Africa, as believed. All right. That was yeah. All right. Now, an ancient DNA study by Posh et al., published in 4th July 2017, reported, however, the close affinity of the Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA to modern humans and Denisovans has recently been suggested as a result of gene flow from an African source into Neanderthals before 100,000 years ago. Here we report the complete mitochondrial DNA of an archaic femur from the Hualongdong Stadel cave in southwestern Germany. This which carries the deepest divergent mitochondrial DNA lineage that splits from other Neanderthals approximately 207,000 years ago, providing a lower boundary for the time of the putative mitochondrial DNA introgression event. So, in summary, Posh et al., using evolution dating assumptions, that is a molecular clock model, reported that the mitochondrial DNA in a Neanderthal thigh bone from about 124,000 years ago, in their timing, indicated that African mitochondrial DNA genes had flowed into Neanderthals over 270,000 years ago. From an evolutionary viewpoint, this put early modern humans in or near Europe at a time long before they left Africa. In fact, before they had even evolved there. So again, this is sort of evidence against the old Africa theory. Now, this Neanderthal femur was radiocarbon dated. The attempt to direct the radiocarbon dating the femur resulted in an age of 34,000 to 130 to 34,800 years before present. This data is inconsistent with the estimated end of the Mysterian around 40,000 years ago, and with the femur's stratigraphic position, the young radiocarbon dates were dismissed. Those direct radiocarbon dating attempts have resulted in inconsistent result, suggesting that the bone may be suffering from modern carbon-14 contamination as possibly beyond the detection limit of this dating method. That often happens when a date doesn't suit, it's dismissed. That happens a lot. And yeah, people can make their own minds up. Now, writing a New Scientist in 18th November 2017, Colin Varus describes how the new dates for Jebel Irhoud fossils prompted new interpretation by some researchers. He says, however, the Dali skull may not fit the story. Found in China in 1978, it still has its face and brain case. A study published in April showed that it is 260,000 years old. When it was described, people assumed it was Homo erectus. These hominins arrived in Southeast Asia 1.8 million years ago and vanished 140,000 years ago. That fits the Stanley story. But in 1981, Xinzi Wu at the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Beijing argued that the Dali skull's face looked a lot like our species Homo sapiens. This implied that Homo erectus in East Asia contributed to the origin of Homo sapiens and that some of the DNA in living humans came from Asian Homo erectus. Today, many researchers reject this idea as it contradicts the outer Africa model. So Wu and Sheila Afreya at Texas A&M University and College Station compared the Dali skull with other hominins, including Homo erectus and Homo sapiens. They found it is similar to two Homo sapiens skulls from Jebel Irhoud in Morocco. I really wasn't expecting that, so Afreya. Colin Barnes continues writing, the Moroccan skulls fit with the idea that Homo sapiens evolved solely in Africa from hominins living there, but Afreya says that Dali skull suggests something else. It's possible, she says, that the hominins in Africa weren't cut off from those in Eurasia. The small-scale movements of individuals, like young adults leaving a family group and joining a neighboring one, could have allowed genes to flow across Africa and Eurasia. That means the genetic features of Homo sapiens that appeared in Morocco 300,000 years ago could have cropped up in individuals like the Dali skull owner in China 260,000 years ago. And Barras continues on. There is another implication. I think gene flow could have been multi-directional, so some of the traits in Europe or Africa could have originated in Asia, says Afreya. That means features associated with Homo sapiens may have evolved in East Asia and been carried to Africa. If so, our origins are not solely African. The alternatives are that Homo sapiens left Africa far earlier than we thought, reaching China by 260,000 years ago, which contradicts the genetic evidence, or that Asian Homo erectus separately evolved some of the traits of modern humans, but these proto-hominids left no descendants. Hence, these other researchers who saw similarities of the Jebel Irhoud skull with the Dali skull from China dated to 260,000 years ago, suggested that features associated with Homo sapiens may have evolved in East Africa and been carried to East Asia and been carried to Africa, which would mean our origins were not solely African, as suggested by the outer Africa model. Okay, so then we have in 2008 an upper jaw and associated teeth from Isliga, a cave which was discovered in 2002, with features consistent with Homo sapiens, are dated at from 177,000 to 194,000 years ago, which would mean that members of the Homo sapiens clade left Africa earlier than previously thought. Previously, the earliest modern human fossils found in South Africa were allegedly around 90 to 120,000 years ago. A school in Kwavsa in Israel and usually considered evolutionary dead ends by evolutionists. So Herskovich published on paper reported, well, I don't know if I need to anyhow, I won't read it all. These findings changed our view on modern human dispersal and is consistent with recent genetic studies which have posited that the possibility of an earlier dispersal of Homo sapiens around 220,000 years ago. The mycelium maxilla is associated with full-fledged levels technology in 11, suggesting that the emergence of technology is linked to the appearance of Homo sapien in the region, as has been documented in Africa. Okay, now on 25th of July 2019, Katrina Harvati et al. Published a paper on Apidima cave fossils said to provide the earliest evidence of Homo sapiens in Eurasia. Two fossilized human crania, Apidima 1 and Apidima 2, from Apidima caves south of Greece were discovered in the late 1970s but have remained enigmatic owing to the incomplete nature, taphonomic distortion, lack of archaeological context, and chronology. So here we virtually reconstruct both crania, provide detailed comparative description, analysis, and data to them using uranium series radiometric methods. Apidima 2 dates to more than 107,000 years ago and has a Neanderthal-like morphological pattern. By contrast, Apidima 1 dates to more than 210,000 years ago and presents a mixture of modern human and primitive features. These results suggest that two late Middle Pleistocene Homo groups were present at this site, an early Homo sapiens population followed by a Neanderthal population. Our findings support multiple dispersals of early modern humans out of Africa and highlight the complex demographic processes that characterize Pleistocene human evolution and modern human presence in southern Europe. Hence, Homo sapiens appeared in Europe supposedly over 150,000 years earlier than thought, not giving up on the outer Africa model altogether. The author said their findings support multiple dispersals of early modern humans out of Africa. Now, the two crania were found embedded in the same breccia, separated by about 1 foot, yet were dated to 40,000 years apart. They were both initially dated to at least 160,000 years ago, but it appears a difference in morphology led to doubts they were the same age. Josh Davis quotes co-author Chris Stringer saying, "When we submitted the first draft of our paper for possible publication, the reviewers were naturally skeptical that there was a modern human fossil from Greece found alongside an early Neanderthal fossil, with both of them dating from at least 160,000 years ago. According to Stringer, they then conducted further analysis and dating work, which produced even more surprises, namely the above-mentioned dating results. However, the dating was far from convincing, as described by Lizzie Wade, but Warren Sharp, a uranium dating expert at University of California, Berkeley, points out that the Apidima 1 sample actually returned dates ranging from more than 300,000 years old to less than 40,000 years old. Wade quotes Sharp as saying, "You have this huge spread of apparent ages, and you don't know if any of them are any good." Gives you a lot of confidence, doesn't it? Anyhow, and you have archaic human remains from Hualongdong, China. In 2009, Wuerthau described newly found fossils from Hualongdong, China. Newly found approximately 300,000 years old human remains from Hualongdong, China, including a large complete skull called HLD6, share East Asian Middle Pleistocene human traits of a low wide frontal keel but no parasagittal keel or angulatoris, a low wide nasal aperture, pronounced supraoral torus that is brow ridge. HLD6 also exhibit a relatively flat superior face, a more vertical mandibular symphysis, and pronounced mental trigone and simple occlusal morphology, foreshadowing modern human morphology. In 2003, Wuerthau described a nearly complete mandible that fits well with the partial cranium, and together they compose the skull labeled as HLD6. The combination of both archaic and modern human features identified in the HLD6 mandible is unexpected given its late Middle Pleistocene age and differs from approximately contemporaneous Homo members such as Sujai, Pingu, and Zia. This mosaic pattern has all those three, Sujai, Pingu, and Zia, have been recently assigned by Barr, and I think it was viewed, but anyhow, to basically a new species called Homo juliensis, and Pengu and Zia are their mandibles. Pengu was sort of dredged from the seafloor off the shore of Taiwan, but Benga and Sia was found in a sort of Tibet sort of mountain somewhere. Basically, have been identified by ancient protein analysis as belonging to the Denisovans. Anyhow, this mosaic pattern has never been recorded in late Middle Pleistocene hominid fossil assemblages in East Asia. The HSD6 mandible provides further support for the high morphological diversity during late Middle Pleistocene hominin evolution. With these findings, it is possible that modern human morphologies are present as early as 300,000 years ago and earlier than the emergence of modern humans in East Asia. On these latest developments, Bob Yerker wrote, the research team suggests that the unique features of jawbone resemble those of modern humans and late Pleistocene hominids, but they also found that it did not have a chin, which suggested it was more closely related to older species. They found other features that resemble hominins of the Middle Pleistocene, which, when taken together, suggested the individual most resembled a Homo erectus species, and that they concluded suggests a hybrid of modern human and ancient hominid. The researchers note that the combination of features never before been observed in hominids in East Asia, suggesting that traits found in modern humans began to appear as far back as 300,000 years ago. So, with the outer Africa model falsified by their own data, the old version anyhow, did evolution abandon it? Definitely not. New evolving outer Africa stories were already in the works. However, some did admit that we need to radically rethink how our species emerged. According to archaeologist scientist Eleanor Skerry, in an upcoming paper, we suggest that a diverse array of Homo sapiens populations displaying a mosaic of archaic and modern features lived over an extensive geographic area from Morocco to South Africa between about 300,000 and 12,000 years ago. How could such a widely dispersed and physically diverse population all belong to a single species? One way to conceive of this is to imagine the human lineage as a river. Although there is only one river species, as time passes, different channels branch off and rejoin it. Just as the river's braids are separated by islands that form and submerge, so environmental barriers kept our ancestors apart and adapting them to different conditions. Chris Stringer has called this new perspective African multi-regionalism. So we're back to multi-regionalism now, which on a worldwide scale was untenable, but on an African scale, now because it's the last resort, becomes tenable. But Africa is a pretty large place in itself. Anyhow, on July 11th, July 2018, this is the paper that Scary was talking about. A consortium of 23 evolutionists put their names to paper arguing for a model named African multi-regionalism. The lineage of Homo sapiens probably originated in Africa at least about 500,000 years ago, and the earliest observed morphological manifestation of this clade appeared by about 300,000 years ago. Early Homo sapiens fossils do not demonstrate a simple linear progression towards contemporary human morphology. Instead, putative early Homo sapiens remains exhibit remarkable morphological diversity and geographical spread. Together with recent archaeological and genetic lines of evidence, these data are consistent with the view that our species originated and diversified within strongly subdivided, that is, structured populations, probably living across Africa that were connected by sporadic gene flow. This concept of African multi-regionalism may also include hybridization between Homo sapiens and more divergent hominins living in different regions. So, writing in September 2000, Scientific American, Kate Wong sums up this African multi-regionalism position. She says, rather than evolving as a small population in a particular region of Africa, they propose that species emerged from a large population that was subdivided into smaller groups distributed across the vast African continent that were often semi-isolated for thousands of years at a time by distance and by ecological barriers such as deserts. These bouts of solitude allowed each group to develop its own biological and technological adaptations to its own niche, be it in arid woodland or savanna grassland, the tropical rainforest or marine coast. Every so often, however, the groups came into contact with one another, allowing for both genetic and cultural exchange that fed the evolution of our lineage. So, with the collapse of the outer Africa replacement model, Brenner-Han et al. Stated in December 2018 that They had laid out 4 distinct models of early modern human origins, which we hope provide a starting point for prospective prediction and model testing. So it's like an out of Africa smorgasbord, if you like. So the first one is the African multi-regionalism model 1, Pan-African origins, and in it might just what she states, what they state, modern humans originate across Africa. No single region is the primary source of modern humans. Instead, genetic, morphological, and archaeological markers of modern humans originate in multiple regions and spread by migration between regions. Then you have the single origin range expansion with local extinction, model 2. And a single region is the source of modern humans within and outside of Africa. Near modern human populations are present throughout Africa after 200,000 years ago and connected by migration between regions. Subsequently, a population from a single region of Africa expands across the continent. The source region is usually thought to be south, as depicted in the figure for illustrative purposes, or East Africa. The expanding population successfully outcompetes the other populations for either biological or behavioral reasons, or alternately expands into the vacuum left by local population extinction due to climatic events. And the other 2 models are as follows. You have a single origin range expansion, the regional persistence, model 3. And that's said to be similar to model 2, except that rather than complete replacement, there's some gene flow between expanding and local populations. Gene flow could be high or low. Then you have archaic hominin admixture in Africa, model 4. Modern humans evolve in Africa side by side with archaic hominins, for example, Homo naledi. As modern humans expand across Africa, there's gene flow between modern and archaic populations. Archaic gene flow is very low. Okay. Now, these models deal with the supposed evolution of modern humans in Africa, but as has been indicated, the problems are not limited to Africa, but also what happens outside Africa. On new fossils overturning the Outer Africa model, anthropologist Sheila Freya remarked on September 2018, she says, "There's more to our evolutionary history than a single origin in Africa." In the past year, at least 4 fossil finds have been billed as overturning the story of human evolution. The 300,000-year-old Homo sapiens specimen from Jebel Irhoud, Morocco, is hailed as pushing back the age of our species by nearly 100,000 years. Similar discoveries in Israel, a fossilized jawbone, Saudi Arabia, a fossilized fingerbone, and Siberia, several bone fragments, were each declared to be the oldest Homo sapiens in their respective regions of the world. With each new find, researchers and news headlines announced that the fossils significantly altered our understanding of human evolution and dispersal from Africa. But if we have to rewrite the story of Homo sapiens evolution so frequently, we might ask whether the plot we're using is wrong to begin with. Now, of course, person doesn't deny evolution, but just all this, but asking, why is, why if every new find has to rewrite the story, then what plot, are they using the right plot? I would certainly say they're not. Okay, so Freya also wrote, the dominant, almost axiomatic paleontological narrative holds that anatomical modern humans evolved in sub-Saharan Africa 200,000 years ago and considers any fossil finding relative to that framework. So the Jebel Irhoud cranial from Morocco is reported as pushing back the origin of species and making it a Pan-African phenomenon. The Israeli and Saudi specimens said to push back the timing of dispersal out of Africa. And the Siberian fossil were called the oldest modern humans outside of the Middle East and Africa, despite the older findings and similar headlines from China, Laos, and Indonesia in the last 10 years. In essence, the data are subservient to the narrative that an entity known as anatomic modern humans exists and has a singular origin. But this story ignores the complex fossil records of Asia and Australia and perpetuates a distinctly Eurocentric vision of a past. The entire narrative of Homo sapiens evolution requires revision every time there is a new find, not just because science is self-correcting, but because the current scientific model is fundamentally flawed. And she continues on, biological anthropologists focus on anatomical modernity, high foreheads, reduced brow ridges, and globular heads with small faces. Paleolithic archaeologists have emphasized evidence of complex or abstract thinking in the form of art, burials, toolkits, or social organizational complexity. Geneticists have honed in on genomic signatures that separate from Neanderthals and unite us with living populations. The problem is that these criteria are not nearly as universally recognized or scientifically repeatable as we'd like them to be. First, there is ample evidence that the evolution of species were not a single event with a first member. Biologically, there's no consensus definition of what constitutes anatomical modernity, just as there was never any agreement on what criteria should be used to define races. Behaviorally, evidence of complex or abstract thinking reveals itself in ways that we either overlook or can't know because we are restricted to how these appear in present-day context. All right, so move forward a few years to 18th July 2023. Andrew Minagansi et al. Published a paper where they wrote, the scenario of Homo sapiens origins within Africa has become increasingly complex, with a Pan-African perspective currently challenging the long-established single origin hypothesis. We argue that the immediate population scenario envisaged by Pan-African proponents well described a mosaic diversification among late Middle Pleistocene groups. However, this does not rule out a major contribution that emerged from a single population where crucial derived features, notably a globular brain case, appeared as a result of a punctuated cladogenic event. Does suggest that a synthesis is possible and propose a scenario that, in our view, better reconcile with consolidated expectation and evolutionary theory. These indicate cladogenesis in Lepidoptera as an ordinary pattern for the origin of a new species, particularly during phases of marked climatic and environmental stability. In 2022, Chris Stringer summarized 5 of the main current models for the evolution of derived Homo sapiens. Note that instead of the terminology archaic and modern human, Stringer uses or has started to use the alternative informal descriptive terms basal and derived to delineate evolutionary change within both the Homo sapiens. So basal hominids would be the derived, not the derived. Basal hominids would be the archaic or whatever, and the derived hominids would be the modern, and Homo neanderthals basal would be the archaic Neanderthals, and the HN would be derived Neanderthal lineages. Anyhow, so he summarized 5 of the main current models, and so number 1, the recent Africa origin model argues that derived Homo sapiens evolved in Africa during the last approximately 500 years and spread from there throughout the world. The indigenous populations, other groups of the world, were replaced by the dispersing groups with little, if any, hybridization between groups. Number 2, the regional out of Africa model and hybridization model, similar to above, but allows for greater extent of hybridization between the dispersing population and the resident indigenous population outside of Africa. So some of this is similar to the same that I've already previously mentioned. 3D assimilation model accepts a predominant African origin for derived Homo sapiens, have a difference from the previous model, denying replacement or population dispersion as the main process in the appearance of derived Homo sapiens, that is modern Homo sapiens around the world. Instead, the model emphasizes the importance of demic diffusion, admits a changing selection pressure and resulting directional morphological change in areas where derived Homo sapiens appear. And then you have the multi-regional evolution model, differs from the previous three in denying a recent, primarily African origin of derived Homo sapiens. It emphasized the role of both genetic continuity over time and gene flow between contemporaneous populations, in arguing that derived Homo sapiens evolved from the early Pleistocene forebears not only in Africa but in every inhabited region of the world. And then you have this other one, the Braided Stream model, argues that human evolution across the Pleistocene inhabited world can be represented as a stream consisting of multiple larger or smaller channels divided and recombined, forming a pattern resembling the strands of a braid. The smaller streams represent evolutionary events that separate populations, gene pools, or lineages from each other. In time, they either go extinct or reunify into the common gene pool, leading to derived Homo sapiens globally. For example, China has been described as regions that represent one stream of the intertwining river of evolutionary change that flows over all areas of the globe where human habitation occurred. After assessing the status, Stringer concluded that the recent African origin model of hybridization is the best supported model from the fossil and genetic evidence. Now, on 25th of March Leonardo Bellini et al. Published a paper where they argued that the Persian plateau served as a hub for Homo sapiens after the main outer Africa dispersal. Now, I'm not gonna go and try and explain that spaghetti and meatballs diagram. Okay, I'll spare you from that. So I'll go on to the next one. So they wrote a combination of evidence based on genetic fossils and archaeological findings to indicate that Homo sapiens spread out of Africa between about 70 to 60,000 years ago. However, it appears that once outside Africa, human populations did not expand across all of Eurasia until about 40,000 years ago. The geographical whereabouts of these early settlers in a time frame between about 70 to 60 to 45,000 years ago has been difficult to reconcile. Here we combine genetic evidence, paleoecological models to infer that geographical location acted as the hub for our species during the early phases of colonization of Eurasia. Leveraging on available genomic evidence, we show that populations from the Persian plateau carry an ancestry component that closely matches the population that settled the hub outside Africa. And I say, growing body of evidence indicated that colonization of Eurasia by Homo sapiens is not a simple process, as fossil and archaeological findings support a model of multiple migrations out of Africa from the late Middle Pleistocene and across the late Pleistocene. Traces of these early dispersals are also evidenced in the genome of our Neanderthal relatives, which illustrate interbreeding events as humans move into Eurasia. Early dispersal of our species will likely accompany population contractions and extinction, though succeeded by a subsequent large-scale wave at approximately 70,000 to 60,000 years ago, from which all modern-day non-Africans descend. So apart from suggesting there was a hub of Homo sapiens, the Persian plateau was such that the human population did not expand across all of Eurasia until about 45,000 years ago. The authors also state that there must have been multiple early migrations out of Africa, but seemingly these all went extinct, such that all non-African humans descend from the supposedly main large-scale wave at approximately 70 to 60,000 years ago. However, saying they went extinct is just hand-waving the issue away, at least in my opinion it is. Now, in 12th of December, Summerday wrote concerning the genomic study, modern humans arrived in Europe more than 40,000 years ago, overlapping at least 5,000 years of Neanderthals. Limited genomic data from these early modern humans have shown that at least two genetically distinct groups inhabited Europe. I won't try and pronounce that. Here we deepen our understanding of early modern humans by analysing one high-coverage genome and 5 low-coverage genomes from approximately 45,000-year-old remains from Rheinland, Germany, and a further high-coverage genome from I won't even try to pronounce that word, but it's not my language. Now, I continued. We show that the distant familiar relationship linked runners and slutty or whatever, slutty corn or whatever how you pronounce it, individuals, and they were part of the same small isolated population that represent the deepest known split from the outer Africa lineage. Runners genus harbor in the Neanderthal segments that originate from a single admixture advanced shed of all non-Africans that we date to approximately 45,000 to 49,000 years ago. This implies that ancestors of the all non-African sequence so far resided in a common population at this time, and further suggests that modern human remains older than 50,000 years from outside Africa represent different non-African populations. So they continue, because Neanderthal ancestry must have spread among ancestors of all non-Africans. The estimate also provides a date from when a coherent ancestral non-African population must still have existed. This further implies that modern human remains and material cultures older than around 50,000 years found outside Africa would not represent this non-African population. Instead, they either resulted from separate out-of-Africa migrations, or they represent populations split earlier from the ancestors of non-Africans, and they were not part of the shared integration event of Neanderthals. Because all populations that carry ancestry from another archaic lineage, the Denisovans also carry Neanderthal ancestry from this shared event, we can infer that the Denisovan admixture post-dates 45,000 to 49,000 years ago. Okay, so around the same time that the Sumerian study was published online in Nature, lastly, they published a study in Science providing insights into the complex history of Neanderthal gene flow into modern humans. They wrote, gene flow from Neanderthals has shaped genetic and phenotypic variation in modern humans. We generated a catalogue of Neanderthal ancestry segments in more than 300 genomes spanning the past 50,000 years. We examined how Neanderthal ancestry is shared among individuals over time. Our analysis revealed that the vast majority of Neanderthal gene flow is attributed to a single shared extended period of gene flow that occurred between 50,500 to 43,500 years ago, as evidenced by ancestry correlation, co-localization of Neanderthal segments across individuals, and divergence from the sequence Neanderthals. Most natural selections, positive, negative, or Neanderthal variants occurred rapidly after gene flow. Our findings provide new insights into how contact with Neanderthals shaped modern human origin and adaptation. So here I got Chris Stringer's summary on this. Now, Chris Stringer is one of the doyens of evolution paleoanthropology, sort of respect a member of that club, I guess you can say, and the leading thinker. So it's always interesting to hear what he thinks. He's certainly, he's definitely an evolutionist. Been around the game a long time. So he says these papers by Lassi et al. And Summer are important for a number of reasons. They show from ancient DNA that early arrivals of Homo sapiens in Northwest Europe approximately 45,000 years ago was by small groups, at the most only hundreds of people, and these almost certainly disappeared soon after without contributing DNA to later European populations. But they and the sapiens people that immediately followed them shared the same Neanderthal interbreeding event, which on the newly available data occurred around 48,000 years ago. That timing is younger than many previous estimates, which range between 50 to 60,000 years ago, and constrains the timing of the arrival of populations in regions like China and Australasia that gave rise to present-day people in those areas to less than 50,000 years ago, because their genomes share the same interbreeding event. It also constrains the timing of interbreeding with Denisovans in those regions to be younger still, because that interbreeding was also known from genomic evidence to be younger than the Neanderthal interbreeding. This also means that any evidence of Homo sapiens fossils of archaeology older than 50,000 years in places like Western Europe, China, and Australasia probably represent populations subsequently died out without giving rise to any contemporary populations. All this points to the likelihood of several pre-50,000-year-old dispersals of Homo sapiens from Africa, which were by small pioneering groups that were unable to establish a long-term foothold, and populations that continue to breed with Neanderthals after the main interbreeding event, as some did in Europe, also died out without issue. Okay. Now, addressing the issue, paleoanthropologist John Hawkes writes in 29th of January 2025. So the answers of today's populations throughout Eurasia, Oceania, the Americas, and North Africa were all one small group 50,000 years ago. That poses a conflict of a lot of fossil and archaeological data that seems to show that 50,000 years ago, modern people had already dispersed throughout Southwest Asia as far as China, mainland and islands, Southeast Asia, Wallacea, and Australia. In China, archaeologists have identified several sites older than 70,000 years, one as old as 120,000 years, with fossil evidence that they have attributed to modern humans. In mainland Southeast Asia, the site of Tamlaping has evidence of modern human skeletal remains older than 68,000 years. The earliest evidence of human activity in Australia is 65,000 years is 65,000 years old from Majidaburi, however you pronounce that. Pictorial rock art at Sulawesi is more than 50,000 years old. Human population can grow fast. Conceivably, early people could have mixed with Neanderthals, expanded the population towards Southeast Asia, mixed with the Denisovans, and reached Australia within 2,000 years. But even at this breakneck speed, the first evidence of these people in Australia, Papua, should be less than 45,000 years old, not 65,000. He continues, scientists have long known that anatomical evidence of modern humans in some parts of Eurasia is older than the founder group that gave rise to today's populations. By the 1980s, it became clear that fossil evidence attributed to modern humans with skull and Kravsaya caves in Israel is earlier than 90,000 years. In more recent research, Misleo Cave, Israel, and Apidima, Greece, both have fossils arguably attributable to modern humans, both 160,000 years or older. The most common interpretation of these skeletal remains is that they have come from population whose ancestors dispersed from Africa far earlier than 50,000 years ago. A different way of interpreting the same data is that modern-looking fossils may come from groups with local roots which experience gene flow from Africa, resulting in similar anatomical characteristics to their African contemporaries. These are subtly different reads. The first, a tree of African-derived groups. The second, a network of African-influenced groups. All right. Now, sort of getting into the, probably we're getting to an end of these studies. So in March 2025, Cousin Sal published a paper online that modeled human population history. They say here we introduce a coalescence-based hidden Markov model cobra that explicitly represents an ancestral population split and redrawn and demonstrate its application on simulated and real data across multiple species. Using cobra, we present evidence for an extended period of structure in the history of all modern humans, in which two ancestral populations that diverged about 1.5 million years ago came together in an admixture event about 300,000 years ago in a ratio of 80 to 20%. Immediately after the divergence, we detect a strong bottleneck in the major ancestral populations. Now, I'm not going to go through the capture information. I'll kind of try to summarize off it. I'll kind of try to get my head around what the paper is saying. So what the paper appears to be saying is there was a deep split in human ancestry or lineage about 1.5 million years ago that resulted in two groups. If you look in the diagram, B and A, they were separated from each other for supposedly over 1 million years. Group A experienced a bottleneck immediately after its founding from population B, which had reduced its size sometime between supposedly 1 million years and 300,000 years ago, before modern humans experienced humans expanded in Eurasia. The alleged ancestor of Neanderthals and Denisovans migrated to Eurasia, diverging from population A. As opposed to about 300,000 years ago, populations A and B mixed again, with B's genetic contribution 20% to the recipient population, that is A, whose genetic contribution is 80%. From the above figure, between 300,000 years ago and 100,000 years ago, the Kusian lineage, the indigenous people of Southern Africa, diverges from population A, with ongoing gene flow between the two human populations. From the figure, sometime between 100,000 and 50,000 years ago, humans appear to have migrated out of Africa. And also from the figure, at about 50,000 years ago, you have interbreeding between a non-African human population with the Neanderthal and Denisovans. Okay. So the main points in the Trevor Cousins paper, our paper, or at least two of them, infer a deep split in human ancestry about 1.5 million years ago, rejoining about 300,000 years ago, around the time of the earliest anatomic modern human fossils. Two ancestral populations that diverged about 100 million years ago came together in an admixture event about 300,000 years ago in a ratio of about 80 to 20%. Group A represents 80% of subsequent ancestry and features a sharp bottleneck immediately after its founding, consistent with population A rather than B being ancestors to the archaics. Now, like before, Chris Stringer gives his thoughts on the paper, so I'll just read that out to you. These results are certainly very challenging for those of us working with human fossils. The morphological data show three fairly clear lineages of Homo sapiens, Neanderthal, and Denisovan / Homilongi, stretching back at least 400,000 years. On the other hand, there does seem to be a lot of variation in early members of the sapiens lineage dated between 150 to 300,000 years ago. For example, comparing the more modern Homo 1 cranium with the more archaic Homo 2, which could reflect gene flow from an ancient but long-lasting lineage. Identifying who that ancient lineage might be depends on where they were living, but presumably in Africa. And a widely defined Heidelbergensis is a possible candidate, since we dated the Cubbe Broken Hill cranium from Zambia to about 300,000 years ago, around the time the authors modeled the gene flow event into the main lineage that gave rise to later Homo sapiens. I'd be interested to hear whether the authors propose a mechanism that could have kept lineage A and B apart for about a million years, some major geographical, ecological, or behavioral barrier. Other geneticists may also have problems matching this new model with previous reconstruction of the last 500,000 years of human evolution from DNA. Plenty of food for thought. According to independent researcher Christopher Seddon, writing in his book Prehistoric Investigation in 2024, in recent years we have learned about that Homo sapiens was increased 210,000 years ago to 1190,000 years ago. Both the Levant and the Arabian Peninsula during the Emin interglaciers, and almost certainly in India before the Toba eruption. Is it really possible that all of these early modern human migrants died out, contributing nothing to the genetic heritage of present-day populations? Can this archaeological and fossil data be squared with a non-African world populated by solely the descent of a single group of migrants who left Africa 65 years ago? Actually, it's less now, 50 or 45,000 years ago. Albeit they interbred with Neanderthals and Denisovans. It is becoming increasingly apparent that it cannot. According to Barr and Bew, writing in November 2024, in the multi-region model, through gene flow between populations, Homo erectus was considered to have evolved in situ into archaic Homo sapiens, Middle Pleistocene non-Homo erectus, which eventually evolved into modern Homo sapiens. In China, this was always interpreted to mean that modern Chinese people today could trace their ancestry directly back to at least circadian locality 1 Homo erectus, if not to the earliest appearance of hominins in China during the early Pleistocenes. The other primarily traditional modern human origins model, generally referred to as the Out of Africa, or the replacement model, posits that modern humans dispersed out of Africa and replaced all indigenous populations with no genetic contribution to living peoples. Based on current data, it now appears that a combination of both models is the most parsimonious way to explain the origin of modern humans, where modern humans dispersed out of Africa in multiple ways and interacted with a small indigenous population regularly. In other words, modern humans across Eurasia likely arose as a result of a combination of dispersals and introgression events. Okay, so if you're looking for stability and certainty, it is unlikely to be found in a tale of human evolution. This is Australian in comments of Bernard Wood, another doyen of evolutionary paleoanthropology, one of the leading thinkers, and Alexis Ulutko. In a recent American Scientist article, they give their opinion on popular evolutionary narratives. They state, such accounts generally offer a presentation of the fossil evidence for human evolution and a narrative describing how we gradually transformed from our ape-like ancestors via a series of intermediate forms into modern humans. Popular narratives on this topic generally include explanation about how, when, and why our human ancestors' posture became upright, their gait became bipedal, their diet shifted from vegetarian to a combination of meat and plants, and their brain enlarged. They continue, unfortunately, we have to disappoint you. Although a narrative of this type would look like an accurate account of human evolution, it would almost certainly differ from the real evolution history. Instead, this article will reason thinking the existing human fossil record is incomplete in almost all respects, with little chance that any narrative explanation offered today can be the right one. If the human evolution story were a play or a novel, many of its characters would be absent, misrepresented, or poorly developed, and the plot would have many holes. A straightforward account is elusive, however, because of two factors that inevitably complicate any attempt to reconstruct evolutionary history: what is missing from the fossil and archaeological record, and the great variety of ways to interpret that record. At the end of their paper, Christopher Barr and Zhu Wu, I don't know if I pronounced that right, the Eastern Asian hominin fossil record is an excellent example of how unilinear models of evolution, such as traditional multi-regionalism, cannot adequately explain the complexity in the paleoanthropological record, particularly during the late Quaternary. If anything, the Eastern Asian record is prompting us to recognize just how complex human evolution is more generally, and really forcing us to revise and rethink our interpretation of various evolutionary models to better match the growing fossil record. As the old Africa theory was collapsing, anthropologist Sang-Hee Lee wrote, the admixture of archaic and modern traits is often observed in hominin fossils throughout the Pleistocene. Sometimes they have been interpreted as remnant Homo erectus, implicitly driven into extinction by harsh climate or modern humans. New research opened up the possibility that rather than being remnants, these were members of modern humans, interbreeding with various populations. In fact, instead of clarifying matters, the distinction between modern and non-modern could limit the argument and hamper our paleoanthropological progress. Now, rather than patching up untenable evolution models such as the out of Africa model and multi-regionalism, as a biblical model is a much more realistic basis for further research. The only way to know for sure what happened in the past if you have a historical record from an accurate and reliable source. That source is the word of God. And I will always believe that than the ever-changing evolutionary just so stories. The evidence we do have indicates that the range of biological variation has long been present within people, and people have always been people. Now, it's going to be the end, but I just have one that I think probably annoy evolutionists, but so be it. This is sort of a recent thing that happened. Now, in 1977, Streeter describes the Hualongdong hominid skull fragment as follows. The color, the skull cap, consists of 3 conjoining fragments, probably of an adult male. Together, they measure 7.5 centimeters length with a thickness of 1.1 centimeters. Although the discoverer originally classified Hualongdong find as a late, early, or ante-Neanderthal individual, Silvana Academy assigns it to a classic Neanderthal on specific morphological feature. Now, Silvana Academy is a world-leading paleoanthropologist and is current research director of CNRS, the largest French public scientific research organizations at Aix-Marseille University. Okay, so she's a respected paleoanthropologist, and she assigned it to a classic Neanderthal and specific morphological features. Okay, now in 2011, edition of Wiley Blackwell Encyclopedia of Human Evolution state the Hualongdong cranial fragments were stated as assigned to Hominid Neanderthalensis, and regarding the age, is stated that stratigraphic correlations suggest a date of oxygen isotope stage 6, about 128 to 186,000 years ago. Emphasis was in the original. Okay. Now, there's been some allegations on misstated bones in Germany, which have been reported. And to his credit, evolutionist John Hawkes commented this. I think I haven't seen many others. Anyhow, he states in December 2004, the Rhineland-Palatinate Ministry of Interior and Sports issued a press release in late November, pointing to concrete indication that archaeological finds steeped in history were deliberately manipulated by a senior employee of the General Directorate of Cultural Heritage. According to the minister, the investigation had already concluded that 21 skulls or fragments were incorrectly dated, with 18 more open cases. Now, Silvana Academy had nothing to do with the discovery of allegations of misstated bones. I just point that out. She was just an expert in it that assessed the bones at the time, so she's had nothing to do with this. Now, a particular interest though is hang on, what happened there? I think I duplicated. Oh yeah, okay. So basically, I think I when editing, okay. That's right. So anyhow, of particular interest is a press release about the partial skull from Hualongdong journey by the Rhineland-Pfalz Ministry of Interior Sports. I say the case of Hualongdong, published in 1997, was subject to an age determination in an external laboratory using scientific methods, radiocarbon method, carbon-14. This revealed that the skull fragment apparently dates to the early Middle Ages, the 7th, 8th century AD, and not to the Paleolithic. This means a difference of 160 to 170,000 years, which is younger than previously assumed. Now, as soon as that was published, evolutionists within a millisecond said, well, it was never, we don't consider a Neanderthal. It was never a Neanderthal, or it's no longer a Neanderthal. but morphology doesn't change with the date changes. So, perhaps the DNA analysis may settle the argument of whether it is a Neanderthal or not. But it also means that you've got to have caution with some of these dates, like the ones I've all quoted in the presentation, and you wonder with a lot of these fossils, if you radiocarbonate them, would they give a date? Anyhow, there is one thing, debating whether I should do it, but I will present it because it may make people think. People make what they like, but this is sort of like a hostile witness, or if you like, or testimony. It's an example of an impossible dream, and it's me, Leakey. So this is an evolutionist. She's not a creation evolutionist. I don't know what faith she has, if any. But in the book of Sediments Time, My Lifelong Search of the Past, interesting read. In the book, she tells about her life, particularly regarding searching for fossil of supposed hominins, that is, ape men. Now, so apart from being an illusionist, I don't know what her personal beliefs are, but her late husband, Richard Leakey, was an atheist, ardently so. She states that, I was summing it up, on one night morning, 2nd of June 1993, she described a very interesting dream. She had in real life earlier bought Richard Leakey some new fancy swimming fins to use for snorkeling during their holidays. But she said that in the dream he couldn't use them because he hadn't any feet. Later that day in real life, she was informed that Richard Leakey had crashed in his plane, which led him to tragic lose both his legs later. Leakey puts that dream down to a peculiar and unpleasant coincidence. That's a big coincidence. Personally, I don't believe much in coincidences, particularly highly improbable ones. I would certainly not gamble my eternal destiny on everything being a coincidence, whether the universe, our solar system, the earth, life on earth, the human body with its almost infinite functional, complex human brain with its associated non-physical mind or soul. I don't see myself being here as a result of a coincidence. Now, if someone actually showed me aspects of the future, whether in written form or in dreams, that might happen, I would not stick my hand in the sand. Anyhow, you can think of it what you like. Donny, that kind of ends that stage of the presentation. You just there?
I'm here, Dr. Peter Line. That was the definition of comprehensive. As always, incredibly well researched and cited. I love how detailed your slides are, Peter, and how you back up your arguments and your specific model of human origins. You back it up directly from the conventional literature. It doesn't get any better than that, brother.
Thank you. I'm going to stick out. I'm just going to have a quick break.
Yes.
Come back in 2 minutes. And
absolutely.
I'll leave the floor to you.
Okay. I'll chat with our audience until you get back.
Yeah.
So to the audience, especially anybody who has gotten here during the presentation and missed the intro, we've got a 2-part show tonight. So it is comprehensive. Part 1, which we just finished Peter's presentation, we will engage some of your questions. This was Out of Africa Chaos, and I appreciate all the engagement and interaction in our live chat. It's been fun. It's been lively. This is what I like to see. Healthy interaction between critics and non-critics. And then we are going to be, for the first time really, critiquing a view that says Lucy was actually a human pygmy. And so Dr. Line has a thorough presentation engaging that argument. As creationists, we should want to use the best possible arguments and defend the best possible models when engaging critics or those in the common dissent camp. And so as Peter is taking his break, I did want to address a couple comments. Carpenter says, Lucy's pelvis was completely manufactured based on biased conclusion. Bones were not a single specimen. The current state of the art does not argue for Lucy being anything but an ape. So why I believe this isn't the best argument coming from the creation side is because when you look into the reconstruction of Lucy's pelvis from Lovejoy, the hip was found in an anatomically impossible position. And the most important fact of the matter, and I want to share a screen for this one, which means a reconstruction was necessary. The question is, was the reconstruction accurate? And I find a lot of people, some on both sides, they assume that we only have one pelvis, or that Lucy makes up the entire Australopithecus afarensis species or group. But we have a large number of pelvies now coming from Australopithecines. Here are several. A big one that's over 90% complete, highly articulated. The bones are found in close anatomical association, STW 573. That would be Littlefoot or Australopithecus prometheus. And we've got MH2, MH1 would be Sediba. We've got Africanus. Okay, so we have other pelvies that end up matching very closely to what Lucy's pelvis looked like. So that would tell us that the reconstruction was largely accurate, because now we have many more pelvies to compare to the reconstructed Lucy pelvis. Here's an example. Here's Littlefoot's pelvis. This is a pelvis, I believe, from an Africanus specimen. And here's archaic Homo sapiens. And so you can definitely see the similarities, but you can see that the Littlefoot, Africanus, and also the Lucy, this is Lucy here, AL 288-1. And so the reconstructed pelvis does closely match the other pelvies that we have. And so I would probably encourage people not to go that route. Dr. Peter Line, it's great to have you back, brother. You definitely earned yourself a snack and a bit of a break after that presentation. So I'm just kind of setting the foundation for what we are going to discuss in part two, Peter, and get into the nature of the Australopithecines. We'll focus a bit on Lucy, well, a lot on Lucy, really, and show people why creationists, nor anybody, should fear the existence of bipedal apes. You've done a great job showing gibbons and how they walk and they run upright today, very human-like. You've shown apes, extinct apes, that evolutionary scientists, paleoanthropologists, would even admit are not directly in the hominin line. They're not in the hominin line. They're not transitional, and yet they were bipedal. Now, we don't really know for sure, but that's what the evolutionary scientists are saying, that we have specific apes. I think some in Europe, Peter, you pointed to, which were bipedal, but again, evolutionists admit they're not even in the human line. So, you know, again, if God created creatures like us, okay, made in the image of God with two legs, then I would actually find it a bit odd, Peter, you've pointed this out, if no other creature had some form of bipedalism. But I wanted to showcase your article here. Lucy at 50 has not aged well. Excellent article. I've gone through it several times in detail over the last week or so. You make a lot of good points. A lot of those points you'll be covering here soon in the second part of your presentation. And so, yeah, Peter, I'll bring up a couple questions, if you don't mind, on what you said about out of Africa. We won't be too, I would say you were so thorough. You addressed a lot of the criticisms and challenges that came up in the chat anyways, but maybe a couple that we can engage briefly before we get into Lucy and the Australopithecines in general. And so, okay, let's bring this one up. Jackson Rowe, appreciate having you here again. We've had a good mix of critics and non-critics, some lively debate taking place in the live chat, Peter. And that's what we want. We want to see this kind of engagement on this issue. It's kind of a hot topic right now, hominin fossils. So Jackson Rowe asks, why does a 300,000-year-old Chinese fossil disprove Homo erectus moving out of Africa far before that date? Any thoughts on that, Peter?
Why does a 300,000 some modern like fossil? Is that what you're saying? Could you read the question again?
Yeah,
I don't have the.
Well, that's okay. I put it on screen now because your presentation was thorough, an hour and a half about. A lot of these questions were coming in as you were presenting certain segments.
Okay, now I got you on the screen. Okay, so I was looking at my presentation, so I didn't see that. Okay, well, there's a 300,000-year-old Chinese fossil disprove Homo erectus moving out of Africa far before that date. Well, I don't know about disproving. I mean, you've got the thing about the ages, but it's basically this. What it's showing is that out of Africa, that modern humans moved out of Africa 50,000 years ago. If you have modern features 300,000 years ago already there, that's the point being made. So you shouldn't have, unless they invoke a parallel evolution, or that they moved out of Africa much earlier, but with modern features. That's the point. I mean, these have mixtures of features. So if they have, say, a more modern jaw and an more sort of robust or archaic, whatever you call it, but cranium, then they're saying there must have been interbreeding between moderns and the robust, that type of 300,000 years ago or wherever. But the model says that moderns only emerged 50,000 years ago, or maybe there were multiple waves. But then again, then humans. So in the original replacement model, that it would be totally wrong that said there's no replacement, that said there was no replacement, there was hardly any interbreeding. So that's clearly wrong. And so then the more earlier these things turn up, the more problem it is. And there's also a problem in you probably find few evolutionists now that will say the Homo heidelbergensis is where what modern humans evolved from, which is a standard thing. Reason is there's a skull of face. I think I've got it here. Just this thing here.
Yeah, even as you're getting that, even prominent theistic evolutionists like William Lane Craig are saying that Adam would have been Homo heidelbergensis.
It doesn't look like much, but apparently is Homo antecessor. It has some from Atapuerca, Spain. I don't know the actual name, the actual code name of the fossil, but it has a modern described as having a relatively modern human looking face. And the problem is most of the heidelbergensis ones have a very robust face. So how can you have the modern one occurring? And this is dated in the evolution time of 850,000 years ago. So how could you have the modern one occurring hundreds of thousands before the more?
Peter, you're saying we shouldn't have modern.
Oh, yeah, that's all right. Thank you. Just got my coffee. That's all right.
Yeah. You're speaking my language, brother. I love coffee. Actually, Peter, before you continue, so you're saying these modern-looking craniums should not be found 800,000 years ago if evolution is true, because.
I'm just saying it contradicts. That there's not much of the cranium. So the cranium, I don't know, but certainly the face is much more modern than
face,
and a lot of the typical, the cowboy skull, the Bodo skull, some of the Petrolano or the heidelbergensis in Europe. So basically, and this has been shown by ancient protein analysis to be related to Denisovans and Neanderthals. So So it must have been some. In their thing, must have been some ancestors to them. So, but the problem is it had a very modern face. But it's
Okay.
850,000 years ago, and recently there was dated between supposedly between 1.1 to 1.4 million years ago. There was a recently from the same area, about 100 or so meters away, apparently, another face that was classed as Homo erectus, but they don't believe they're two related. So I guess because this is so modern, but so there's a lot of things now. So they're not sure who was the ancestor of the modern humans. We discussed the outer Africa hypothesis, but where did they come from?
And,
It used to be
Peter,
a
that which you were
Homogenesis,
just
but
showing is Homo antecessor, you're saying?
yeah,
And it's
yeah,
the fit, and to be clear, it's the face that's modern looking, not necessarily the
yeah,
cranium.
yeah, the face, yeah.
The face.
So,
Okay.
so
Well,
that
yeah, that's
so
interesting.
that's a sort of so there's a sort of movement, at least by some, away from calling the ancestor Homo heidelbergensis. And the problem is it's in Europe, not in Africa. So you'd have to
Wow.
have these would have to appear in Africa, you know.
Is
But it
that why
hasn't
some
found.
are now? Because I see not just out of Africa, but I see out of China, out of Europe, out of. So it seems like obviously
Yeah,
they're not more. Those are not prevailing views, but they're out there.
yeah. It's kind of like a dog's breakfast. It's a there's so many permutation combination, you know, to sort it all out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think the only way you can sort it out is if someone has a historical record of what happened. That's what I believe. The word of God is the only way to really work it out.
Amen.
And
Peter, what are your
that of course is the one thing that will never be considered by evolutionists. So which is sad, but anyhow, it is what it is.
on Erectus? I'm curious as to your thoughts on the fossil record challenge for those who believe in common descent and human evolution.
Mm.
Because from my understanding, Peter, I know you could speak to this probably better than I can. They say Homo erectus, according to the out of Africa story, lived on the globe somewhere between 1 and 2 million years. Okay. And so let's say hypothetically their generation times 20 to 25 years. Again, they're spread out to over a good part of the globe. So they're having kids, 1 to 2 million years of existence. That would be billions of dead bodies. But yet we only really find, in terms of erectus fossils, if I remember correctly, we can basically fit the erectus fossils in the trunk of a car. I think Turkana boy is really the only somewhat complete erectus. So if the evolutionary story were true, where's the grave sites? Where's the dead bodies? Where's all this evidence for the evolutionary story? Because even the evolutionists would agree, Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, that erectus was somewhat of a sophisticated people group. They could sail, they knew how to make fire. And so one would think that you'd find a lot more evidence for that story, Peter.
Yeah. Well, I think yeah, you're right. I think it's because this sort of that they've been around for a million or 2 years. It's just wrong. If you collapse the time scale to a biblical time scale, then that explains why there weren't as many. Why you don't find as many, because there weren't as many.
Right.
And
It's simple. It's a simple. It's the biblical worldview that you ended your excellent presentation with. Okay, so I'll bring up this next question. This comes in from Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal from Creation Myths. He's had a lot of fun interaction with us in the world of young Earth creation, including Dr. Rob Carter from CMI and others. And so he is a geneticist, but he's listening to the presentation. Sounds like he's enjoying it. And so he's saying he's not a fossil guy, but his argument for a lot of what you're saying would be convergence. And then he says it happens all the time. How would you respond to that, Peter?
Well, I guess, you know, I believe the humankind dates back to you know, after the flood and Babel, and it depends where did that happen? You know, if did it happen in Africa, probably more likely in the Middle East somewhere, which is not that far away from Africa. So, and I think it's the diversity in African populations of the DNA or whatever, or the mitochondrial DNA, that they trace it back to Africa. But as was said, depends on the size of. If the population was originally very large, then that can explain the diversity. But also, we don't know how many people groups moved because they dispersed. How many went into Africa? What was their diversity, and things like that. So it was a lot we don't know about, and things like that. And did others come in later, move back into Africa, and at some stage, so they may come back later in. So we just don't know. There's a lot of things there. But look, I'm not an expert in genetics, so I'll leave that to Rob Carter to sort of.
Yeah, and Rob Carter has done a great job on that topic. I mean, what if after Babel, a lot of people, Noah's family, that they moved into Africa, waves and waves of people moving into Africa. As a result, they'd be bringing in a lot of genetic diversity. Those people would spread out into different tribes. Yeah. They'd be accumulating their own unique sets of genetic diversity, because typically people marry and interbreed within their tribes, within their people groups. And so wouldn't that explain a lot of the genetics that we see?
Yeah, exactly. I think the bigger problem is the worldwide multi-regional model was debunked, because how could you have humans evolving together for nearly 2 million years and become anatomically modern around the same time when they evolved independently, but the thing like the fringes, there was some exchange G flow, but now the people who debunked that who are out of Africa theorists, now they're saying, using the same theory but just for Africa, but Africa is still a large place. How do you keep all those people again evolving independently into modern humans, and yet why would they all become sort of modern at the same time? I don't know. It's the same problem with that. And then you have they disperse out, but there's so many variants of it. Some would have that one group's dispersed out for a certain region. Some would have multiple dispersal from different regions. And what I pointed showing was that there's so now many variants and contradictions and theories that how can you ever sort this out? And that's the thing I was pointing out. That it's chaos.
It's chaotic.
I don't criticize them for that, because if that's what they believe, they're dealing with a very difficult, complex problem. But I'm just pointing out.
Yeah, and in the chat, creation myths, he doesn't. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice after this busy week. So he doesn't really like the answer that I provided. But what about, because I think there's a number of reasons for the genetic data, a number of factors. Yeah. What if, Peter, we had, let's say, a selective sweep across Eurasia that results in these older lineages being completely wiped out, and then the older lineages in Africa remaining or surviving? Wouldn't that give that same kind of pattern genetically that we see?
If there was a wipeout and then the Africans prevailed and then a later migration come in, probably give something similar. Because that would reduce the variance in the later migration, and the African would have been there longer and would have more variation. And the thing is, it's just the timing of it is, you have to use a calibration point. It has to be, at some point, you have to calibrate it with a radiometric dating method, which I don't accept. And so the mutation rate will depend on that. So if the age wasn't that great, then the mutation rate should more fit within a younger Earth model. But
well, and you mentioned Dr. Rob Carter, because he put out a really good paper that covers the fast per generation rates in the mitochondrial DNA, and then shows how that approximates the long-term substitution or fixation rate. So they wouldn't deviate as much as evolutionists would say. I know Dan here in the chat would disagree with that. And the debate gets very technical from there. But the evolutionists want to say, well, the mutation rate's really fast, but the fixation rate's really slow. Whereas when you actually consider all the data, no, they approximate each other. They're pretty close. They're both.
The problem with the fixation rate is you've also got, depending on the difference, but if the 1%, that's 30 million base pair differences. If it's 5%, it's 150 million pairs. And if you've got to fix them all in the genome in 6 million years or whatever it is from the common ancestry of chimps and humans, that's a lot of fixation. And that's when I think that is in a debate with Jerry Bergman. That's what he was getting at. There is no time to do that. You can't fixate these people. There is no mechanism for fixating these in 6 million years. In fact, there wouldn't be in 6 billion or trillion years. It just takes forever and a day. That's the problem of evolution. Although the debate was probably more about the fossils, but I think that was his main point.
Yeah. Okay, well, I appreciate those points, Peter. Jackson Rowe says, I noticed most of your DNA papers, especially mitochondrial DNA, were from the 1990s and early 2000s. Has anything else happened in the field of genetics since then? So in other words, I think he's saying, has anything since then maybe contradicted what you're saying or helped to further support the evolutionary model in terms of out of Africa, Peter?
I think that towards the end of the talk, I was talking about 2 papers from 2024 and things like that. So it wasn't that as avoiding them, but I don't know what I don't follow all the genetics that closely. But the thing is, once it gets established, there was interbreeding with Neanderthals and Denisovans. I don't need to sort of cover every paper on that, and
Right.
so I think it's more the models, but the latter models would have done some analysis on the data. So that's what I was covering, and what the evolutionists are thinking about it. So it wasn't just the 1990s and early 2000s. That was just supporting the original model, and then it was kind of the papers that debunked it was the one that found the interbreeding between the Neanderthals and modern humans, and then later the Denisovans and that. But I don't need to go through all of them, and then I sort of move on to the more theories going on,
And Jackson here says, to be fair, he showed a bit more recent stuff after I sent, because again, a lot of these questions come in while you are presenting. And I'm not even sure, maybe some in the chat that are evolutionists or evolutionary biologists could answer this, but I'm not certain evolutionary scientists even predicted the genetic data that we do find, Peter, because from my understanding, it was a bit of a surprise to find out that humans overall, I'm talking about autosomal DNA, mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome DNA, is low in terms of diversity. I mean, we're all 99.999% the same. So they, which would be consistent with the biblical model, but they had to invent what I believe is something ad hoc. Well, there was in Africa, there was a near extinction event, this out of Africa population bottleneck, to explain the decrease in heterozygosity, increase in homozygosity. And so did they predict the genetics, or did they simply retrofit, is what I'm curious.
Good point. Yeah. The problem is, the more you have to kind of explain away events like that, the more complex it gets, the more variables that you have, the more unlikely your solution is correct. Because if you've got to fit more and more, add another patch here and there, it becomes too complex, and basically, and there's always new stuff, so I look, I give them points for trying, for doing it. I mean, they do a lot of great research. I don't question their work and their intelligence and stuff like that. But if you got the wrong model, if their worldview, evolution, then the thing is, you can search all you want, and you're never going to get the complete answer if you're looking in the wrong place. That's my view, anyhow.
What would be the significance? Because I'm seeing a lot of arguments in the chat, and I feel like if we as creationists put some work into building a model from the biblical text, a couple texts that comes to mind. One, I believe it's in 2 Peter, where it talks about how 8 people survived the flood. through water. The Bible also describes how the earth was overspread by Shem, Ham, Japheth, and their 3 wives, essentially. So if we have this time period, Peter, from the flood to the Tower of Babel, where all people are isolated, they start off as 3 reproducing couples, very small. That's a bottleneck right there. That's a huge bottleneck.
Yeah.
And then eventually people spread out into all parts of the globe. What does that mean for fixation during that period of time? If you got this small population, I know they're expanding, but the question is, how rapidly are they expanding? They do stay isolated at Babel, and then eventually they spread out. So would that mean more mutations becoming fixed? Or I think there's some questions there that have me very curious, Peter.
Well, I'm not. To me, it's more. I think there has to be a lot of the variation. It has to be in the germs to start with, because like I said, I'm not a believer of great coincidence. Although you have mutations, most of them are not going to be good, and so all the variation, I can't see how that's not going to be from mutations being fixed. I think it's going to be inbuilt variation.
Yeah, most of it would be
that came from Noah and his family. They were, and so the thing is, it's more complex than before, because you have epigenetics, and you have most of the, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of DNA is involved in regulation and expression of genes and things like that. So turning off things here and there. I think a lot of the difference you see is the regulation of hormones, how they're where the intensity, frequency, certain hormones, but it's growth hormones, thyroid, sex hormones. When they're that sort of regulation of that and other things, which cause a lot of differences. And I think that sort of thing, would have to be pre-programmed into the genome. It's not the sort of things that, generally speaking, you'd expect from mutation, because mutations tend to make things worse. And a lot of the things you see, whether you call them robots or archaic, they're not pathological. They're kind of symmetric and things like that. Then their features, they're just built more strongly than like the one form. So I think so. Although you see pathology in a lot of these things, a lot of the pathology is environmental, and also there you get pathological Neanderthals, pathological erectus, pathological modern humans. But the idea that they were going, modern humans went with that, some of these were kind of modern humans that were suffered from pathology and went into sort of genetic meltdown and became erectus or whatever. I mean, I don't think that just doesn't work. And particularly if it's isolated and different, you have it repeating independently in many regions of the world, you get the same effects. That's like a parallel evolution, and in this case, parallel devolution. So it doesn't work. But so I think the information has been there, but I think the erectors has to, the general feature of the erectors must have been, when they disperse, they must become from a similar population out of the Babel, and then they disperse and develop regional features. That maybe some of the genes were heterozygous to start with. Then as the populations get more narrower and things like that, the features become homozygous, and then you have environmental effects, and then you have different expressions of the genes and epigenetics, and then so you see some extreme features that you may not have seen before.
So that morphological,
there's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. Those are good points. So basically, the majority of this morphological variation, it was built in. And then we would obviously have to account for some mutations after the flood, some of these rare alleles.
Yeah.
But the vast majority is due to built-in variation. And you're saying that's where we would even see a lot of these. So a lot of these features we see are traits, morphological traits in erectus, heidelbergensis, Neanderthal, so on and so forth, rather than them being due to devolution or accelerated degeneration. That's just the inbuilt variation now being expressed, maybe epigenetically or through environment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adaptation to environment, things like that. But the thing is a lot. You see in China, some of the specimens, erectus-like specimens, their brain size is much bigger than humans. Like the Zhejiang crania, 1,800 cubic centimeters. Even in Australia, have everyone believes it's a modern human, but you have the Land O'Lakes hominid 50. I think it's 1,540 cubic centimeters. One of the thickest cranial vaults around, and one of the most robust fossil vaults around a modern human. And so you just have so you have all these contradictions, not contradictions, but you have all this variability, and we don't know the extent how everything happened. I guess that's the thing you have to research. But my opinion is just that a lot of it relates to expression of hormones, because they're the ones that determine the growth and things like that. And you can see that, and you see in the effects of hormones and in the environmental disorder of cretinism, which I think I can explain a lot of the strange erectus or finds you see.
Yeah.
Because that means you don't have the thyroid hormone, which is essential in growth, and it shows you what happens when you have cretinism. You basically stunt growth. You got funny effects, which even evolutionist Charles Oxnard, an expert in evolution and anatomy, says the primitive features in evolution, are mimicked in a disorder like cretinism.
Isn't that interesting?
So you got to be very careful when you're diagnosing some of this, because it could just be, if you look on the surface, you could have the underlying explanation could be very different. It could be some pathology, some of the extreme pathology, but I don't believe the robust form itself is pathological. But in some of the specimens, or the small brain sizes and things like that, may probably likely are pathological and things like that. Yeah.
And that's an evolutionary scientist admitting that, hey, some of these features that may be viewed or interpreted as primitive, or I think they like to use the word basal versus derived, could actually be due to pathology, because they mimic each other. Primitive. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is just that's an interesting point, especially because we have those in the evolutionary camp, some that are even admitting that.
Yeah. And you have, where the Damanesia erectus I found in the Caucasus, in Georgia. That's if you look at the World Health Organization report in the mid 20th century on the goiter regions and stuff like that. There's the whole area is a goiter region where there's goiter, lack of iodine in the environment. There's usually cretinism. So that's why things like scolified, probably some of the others, may well be due to cretinism and their low brain size. It's just a speculation, but maybe informed speculation. And the thing with cretinism is you don't have to wait for genes to fixate or mutate. It happens in one generation, just environment,
And but then if you have a whole population though with cretinism, is that just because that whole population is in that same environment?
Usually it won't be the whole population. It'll be a small percentage. So that's what happened in Europe, things like that. So it won't be everyone, but a small percentage. And don't during a period in prenatal development, don't get the iodine, and then after they're born, it's too late. So basically,
okay. So
understanding,
I think I see what you're saying then. So for Naledi, it's not that entire population outside of the cave where they find the rising star cave, I think, system. Those individuals within a greater population, they would have had cretinism, but that doesn't mean the whole population outside of that.
No. Some of them would have, or you just don't know. Like how did people living in those times deal with people who are different? Did they isolate people like that because they had strange features? We just don't know. And why would they? And I was reading an interesting report the other day about the study of the hand bones of Sadiba and Naledi, and it's interesting that the ones in Naledi indicated they were rock climbers. The curved fingers were due to rock climbing, which makes sense if they lived in that cave system.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think I think those are great points. So let's get one more on our out of Africa, Peter. Then I'll set us up nicely for your second presentation here, which I'm looking forward to. And so this last question, again, we've had a lot of good engagement, but this one here is an interesting question from Reboot. Thank you for the question here. And this is it. Why don't we see any modern humans with the cranial structure? So I guess earlier you're showing the face from Homo antecessor, if I remember correctly, resembling the specimens Peter is displaying. Peter, any thoughts on that?
I guess you're asking why don't we see them earlier in the fossil record, something like that. Modern humans. So. Yeah. Well, it depends on. My belief is that probably whilst the information was there, I don't know when everything was expressed. When was the modern human form expressed? Early flood, if the population pre-flood was more robust, like a middle ground, or more robust, because if you take the Bible as it says, people lived for hundreds of years, and try living 100 years in your current body, it'll fall apart. So something had to physiologically, anatomically be different, I believe. And basically, maybe one of the things we just built stronger to last longer, to put it a simple phrase. And so maybe early on, people were just built stronger, more robust, and for whatever reason, the modern form started to dominate, and that's why you see, and maybe the I guess you see the erectus fossils are first kind of generally found first, if relatively speaking, and that might be because these early people were the first to migrate out, and they were followed later by the moderns, for whatever reason, didn't. Although there is a case in Australia where I think it is, you have the Land O'Lakes hominid, the really robust one I talked about, is actually dated younger than a modern human, like Mungo Free, I believe it is. So there are contradictions as well. So it's not all understood, but I just believe that there were probably the early ones to migrate were more robust, because that was the more expressed form early on, and for some reason the more modern human, the less robust gracile form, took more hold. I don't know what, I can't explain everything. But that's my view on it. But the information for both would have to be there. There's no chance of mutations creating either form. So that it's just a matter of when it was expressed, and likely, so both forms would be there, but it's just the varying amounts. So when or where was the initial, say, modern form based at, and maybe the ones that went out first were robust, and we don't know where the modern ones were at that stage, and they came later in migrations or whatever.
It does make sense in light of what you're saying here, and I'm kind of thinking out loud, in light of those massive shifts in environmental conditions after the flood. Everything was changed for the most part, a lot of negative aspects there, of course. With all of that inbuilt morphological variation, it's not really a surprise that a lot of it would come to the forefront and become expressed within that 1,000 years or so after the flood.
And humans aren't the only ones that have that capacity for having morphological variation expressed later on. And I think in a debate, Jerry used dogs or wolves as an example. So not that but I'm just saying that it's not a sort of uncommon thing, actually.
I'm curious as to your thoughts, and then we'll move into, so I appreciate this last question here on this section with Reboot. I'm just curious as to your thoughts. I also read an article here, paper in the Journal of Creation by Matthew Murdoch from a while ago, 20 years ago. But he suggested, and a few things here that you said brought it to mind, that some of what we find in terms of your Australopithecines, because like you said, with humans, we may have been more robust, or we were living hundreds of years old. And so today, it would be very difficult to live 100. I'm 36 and I'm already feeling the pains of age. And so they would have had a lot of different features. So they would have been closer to the flood, closer to creation, therefore. And so could some of these Australopithecines that we find be examples of more robust primates from the past, closer to the flood, closer to creation?
Look, it's certainly possible. There's a lot of, I tend to think of the we see a lot of, there's a lot of extinct apes too in the fossil record. So trying to make sense of it, I'm probably kind of focus more on the human thing, but I think to me, I kind of look at the Australopithecines as just an extinct primate group that were kind of, as I become clear in the talk, there's some evolution that analysed it and basically come to the conclusion they were unique a group, and so I see them as extinct primates. That maybe were just had different features. I don't where did that so I don't really I don't know. I wouldn't I probably put them in a different category, a different kind than a lot of the apes, to be honest, because there's a lot of differences between humans and Australopithecines and humans and apes and Australopithecines. So and there's ones that aren't there's others like Ardipithecus ramidus, which kind of I probably wouldn't put as an Australopithecine, and it's probably more like an ape. And so there's all this sort of there's a lot of things, but yeah,
okay,
I'm not really sure about that question, to be honest.
So because the Australopithecines are more, yeah, I appreciate it. So the Australopithecines being more different to humans, being unique and different to chimpanzees and the great apes, because evolutionists, taxonomically speaking, say we as humans share the most with the great apes. Our closest cousin is the chimpanzee. We go back to a common ancestor 6 to 9 million years ago. So you're saying the Australopithecines, based on their uniqueness and discontinuities, I guess, would be even outside the great apes as a primate. Really?
Well, I think it was Oxnard who said in most features they're actually more different. The African apes are more different from humans and Africa. Sorry, the Australopithecines are more different African apes and humans than African apes and humans are from each other. Now, people can argue about that, but it indicates there is differences there,
yeah,
and stuff like that. And
yeah,
in
because
terms of bipedals, it'd be shown that the ones more closely to the human condition in terms of being bipedal is actually the gibbons.
right.
At least if you look at how they function, maybe we'll see if we play a clip later on. They're pretty good at running. I don't know, most humans could keep up. So basically, I don't, so yeah, but
okay, well,
yeah,
I think that's a good shift into our next section here, Peter. So I've got a lot of questions, but I think you're going to answer a lot of them in this presentation. So I'll lay it out the best I can.
Okay.
Some have proposed, based on, I think, the presupposition that the creation model can't have bipedal apes. They can't, the creation model can't have a creature that is so similar, let's say in the pelvis or the post-cranial parts to human. And
I think I'll answer that, but no. The thing is, why can't it have bipedal? There's no scripture that says that. It's silent on it, and when you think about it, God made the primates with 2 legs. What are they supposed to walk on their head? I mean, there's no hands.
right, yeah.
It just
it would be kind of odd if we were the only ones that could walk
yeah,
upright.
It'd be odd. I mean, it creates all this in other kinds, it creates all this variability. And the primates, why can't he, with the apes and monkeys and Australopithecines, why can't he create variability in them too? Do they all have, and there is variability in them. That's the point. The gibbons don't run and walk like the chimps. The chimps are not as good as the gibbons and stuff like that. So if we look at the fossil record, why shouldn't that be the case? So anyhow, we'll get to that.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to transition now into your presentation here.
I'll go to my presentation.
So I guess before you start the presentation, the question is, based on how some have argued, that, well, we can't have extinct bipedal apes that look too similar to humans. And they've proposed, one specific individual has proposed that Lucy is really just a human pygmy. And they would say this is the best way to engage the critics, is to not say that Lucy is an extinct apish primate, but based on a lot of the features that are compared to humans, like the pelvis, for example, the femur, you're going to get into all that Lucy was a human pygmy. And so, Peter, I'm going to throw it over to you, and I'm very curious as to your thoughts on that viewpoint.
All right. Well, I'll just do a presentation, and we can talk more after, eh?
Perfect. Sounds good, Peter.
Okay. Is it on the screen?
Yes, I've got it up on the screen, and you're good to go, brother.
All right. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is examine the hypothesis by Chris Rupi that the famous Lucy, codename AL281-88-1, Australopithecus afarensis fossil skeleton belonged to a human pygmy and not an extinct apish primate, the latter being the conventional creation position. And Rupi has published a position in the paper and video as follows, and these are the two, mainly the paper I'll be quoting from, and I'll just give the page numbers, but the reference is there. The video I just quote, I think it's just one segment I quote. And Rupi stated that this interpretation doubts there are additional primate fossils accidentally included as part of the Lucy skeleton beyond the single baboon vertebra. So basically admitting that the whole skeleton, whether the parts of the skull, the mandible, the pelvis, everything is part of Lucy. So it's all fair game, basically. Okay. And just to show you that is the skeleton we're talking about. You can see that the skull is, so the cranium, there's not much there. I got a picture of the cranium next. You can see there. So I think the main hang up is the pelvis, and you got the femur there. And to me, it's not a big deal, but to some people, it seems to be a really big thing. So we're having a look at it. Yeah. So you can have the arm bones. There's not really much of. There's some foot bones, not much. Some finger bones, but not really much. There's a bit of the rib cage there, the vertebra. You have the sacrum, and of course the hip bone, and the jaw is fairly complete. Okay. And here you can see the skull, so it's not much. Okay, it's a bit that. So to reconstruct that, you have to use other specimens attributed to afarensis, and that. I've got one here. I don't know if Donny can see that at all, but that's a AL44. I think it's. Does it say? Anyhow, it's believed to be a male afarensis skull, and Chris would believes this also accepted as afarensis or as an ape or whatever. Okay. Now, so Ruby admonished that group of creationists as follows. He says, generally speaking, there are two different camps in the creation community. The first group includes those who insist Lucy and her kind were an extinct knuckle-walking quadrupedal ape. This group generally accepts the Australopithecus taxonomic designation of Lucy and her kind, but in order to maintain their chimp-like interpretation, they overlooked their bipedal features and argue those fossils belong to quadrupedal apes, which is easily refuted by informed evolutionists. And this is because those fossils, such as Lucy's pelvis, really do show bipedal morphologies. After all, they're human. And he says, in the more obvious case of mistaken identities, this group of creationists, which includes me, has correctly pointed out the true human identity of fossils attributed to AF, for instance, such as a big man skeleton. So that's quoting me. So he acknowledges that I did actually 15 years ago write about the Cadnamu skeleton, which It's actually dated 400,000 years older than Lucy. It's much larger and more human-like, and likely would, if it was found dated 2 million years earlier, probably most evolutionists would say it's erectus, because that's what it sort of looks like. But of course, that would collapse the whole evolutionary story. So it's assigned to Afarensis. Unfortunately, the skull and the hand and foot bones were not there, so a definite diagnosis could not be made. But in essence, there is a human-like skeleton found 3.6 million years ago, older than Lucy, but it's been classified as Afarensis. It's the same as the low Dali footprint story. Because they're that old, humans couldn't have made them, so they say Afarensis did. But that's begging the question, isn't it? Anyhow, I won't dwell on that. But and so he says, order fourth metatarsal found at the first family site. Yet in other cases, red herring traits, that is curved fingers and toes, funnel-shaped thoraxes, lateral flaring ilia, cranially orientated glenoid cavity, etc., and false allegations about Lucy's pelvis reconstruction being fraudulent, have led this group of creationists to become blinded to the full human status of Lucy, as well as several other misclassified bones attributed to her kind. This has resulted in an impenetrable groupthink that insists Lucy is an extinct ape. They also committed this view that the possibility of Lucy being human has not occurred to them. So in a way, it's a no-win situation responding to this, but particularly as I'm cited in the paragraph that accuses certain creationists of having impenetrable groupthink, because they believe or insist Lucy is an extinct ape and not a human. I actually believe it's an extinct primate, apish primate, not ape. Anyhow, I feel I need to defend my position, and also I think it's in the best interest in the creation community that I respond to this. People can make up their own mind, but at least they should have both sides of the argument. Now, of course, it would have been better to do it in-house, but Chris went public with it and is urging everyone to pivot to a position. So a public response seems justified, although, like I said, it's not what one would have wanted. And by the way, I don't use the argument about Lucy's pelvis being reconstructed fraudulently. I also don't see why all of Lucy's apish traits are red herring status irrelevant, but her bipedal ones are not. Anyhow, we'll get to these things, some of these things anyhow. Got to get my mouse cursor back. All right. So here you can see the you have an adult non-human female pelvis to the left. That's a small one, gracile one. An adult chimpanzee female pelvis, obviously in the middle, and Castor Lucy's reconstructed pelvis, right? So so Lucy's a bit smaller, but superficially, it does look more human-like when you look at it superficially. And one of the reasons for that is that the hip bones of the chimp are much taller, okay, and the sacrum is a bit narrower. Okay, now of particular focus in the paper is the pelvis of Lucy, with Rupi arguing that reconstruction of the Lucy pelvis all look distinctly human and not at all like a chimp. But this suggests a false dichotomy, as the anatomical facts make it both possible and reasonable to regard Lucy's pelvis as both not chimp-like and not human either, as it has features not present in normal humans. Such features include iliac blade facing more posterolaterally, lateral flaring ilia, small sacral body, a shallower ball and socket joint, the acetabulum, the extreme width of the pelvis at the level of the hip sockets and iliac crest, considerably greater width for pelvic inlet, and weakly developed sacrotuberous ligaments. Also, according to paleoanthropologist Conroy and Ponsa, the articular surface of the acetabulum lacks the large contribution from the pubic bone that characterizes modern humans. Functionally, this feature suggests the absence of full human-like extension at the hip during bipedal motion. To elaborate further on some of the above-mentioned points in regard to the vertebra in Lucy, the cross-sectional area of the lower back vertebra, particularly the lumbar and sacral vertebra, are also extraordinarily small, suggesting that they were not adapted for the bearing of heavy loads associated with full upright postures. I'm just quoting Conroy and Ponser in this in their book on reconstructing human origin. So these are evolutionists. Regarding the sacrotuberous ligaments, they bind together the sacrum and ischium of the pelvis and are strong in humans, helping to stabilize the sacroiliac joint when the body is erect. Now, features of the sacrum in afarensis, that is Lucy's sacrum, suggest it lacked well-developed sacrotuberous ligaments. As stated by Conroy and Ponser, this implies a less well-developed mechanism for sacroiliac stabilization when the trunk is in an erect position. Now, just showing here, so this compares a superior view of the Lucy pelvis on the bottom and a gracile female pelvis top. So one of the things to note is the smaller cross-sectional area of the sacral body, the centrum of Lucy's, which is the green arrows in Lucy compared to the modern human. And also you have note the position of the anterior inferior iliac spine, AIIS, because I'll be talking about that. You can note the positions of that, or note the presence of that in Lucy and the modern human female. Okay. All right. I just blow this up. So basically, you can show here that the centrum, the sacral body, which is known as the centrum, it just shows the difference between the modern human and Lucy centrum here. That bears the weight from the lumbar region of the upper body. And so basically, the wider it is, the better it is to absorb all the load and the stress. And if it's very narrow, then you may have a lot of back problems, and you probably aren't designed to carry heavy loads for long at a time in an upright position. So, now basically the centrum is even smaller in specimen MH2 Australopithecus adiba and Africana specimen STS14. Slightly larger in Africana specimen STW431. Now, it's interesting, Rupi considers the pelvis of Africana specimen STS14 and Australopithecus sediva specimen MH2 as being human, and these two have even smaller sacral bodies or centrums than Lucy had. Okay. Now, according to Conroy and Ponser, in afarensis, that is Lucy, the iliac blades face more posterolaterally than in humans. The ilium also shows a typical Australopith trait of a lateral flaring anterior superior iliac spine, far removed from the anterior inferior iliac spine. Taken as a whole, the pelvis of afarensis reveals that the wrapping of the iliac blades around the vertebral column did not match the degree of the curvature seen in modern humans. Some workers take this and the more anterior placement of the iliac pillar to mean that mechanism of lateral pelvic balance during bipedalism in afarensis was more similar to apes than humans. Now, according to biomechanical expert Christine Berg, who studied the hip and thigh bones of Australopithecus afarensis, it seems that she notes that she says that not only did Australopithecus have less ability to maintain hip and knee extension during the walk, but also probably moved the pelvis and lower limb differently. She says it seems that the Australopithecines walk differed significantly from that of humans, involving a sort of waddling gait with large rotatory movements of the pelvis and shoulders around the vertebral column. Such a walk likely required a greater energetic cost than does human bipedalism. Now, although a priori, I prefer not to call the Australopithecines, including Lucy, extinct apes, as they appear to be an extinct primate group. Indeed, according to evolutionary expert Charles Oxnard, he writes in 1987 in his book Fossils, Teeth and Sex, A new descriptive idea can be added to the prior concept that Australopithecines possess both human-like and African ape-like features. This is that the Australopithecines also possess some features in which they were specifically orangutan-like, and many features in which they were markedly different from both humans and apes. This had led to the recognition that they were not like humans or apes, or midway between them, but actually completely different from any living forms. This view of uniqueness of the uniqueness of the Australopithecines was first suggested by Oxnard in 1967. So he states also, for instance, though bipedal, it is likely that their bipedality was mechanically different from that of humans. Though terrestrial, it is further likely that these fossils were accomplished arborealists. The combination of the two functions in the same set of creatures is certainly unique among hominoids. However good a human acrobat may appear, with training, arboreal activity as a human lifestyle is not the regular scene and would certainly be a total liability in escaping from predators. Likewise, however able most apes, indeed most non-human primates, may be as terrestrial bipeds, the habitual use of bipedality is not a major component of their lifestyles, and certainly not the way that they survive. So it appears that mechanically the bipedalism of the Australopithecines was very different to that of humans. Okay, now there are Australopithecines such as Littlefoot with at least superficially human-like pelvises that have very apish or non-human skulls. How we're calling it a human help the situation, rather that would be the ideal transitional forms. Anyhow, let's just look at the anterior inferior iliac spine. The anterior inferior iliac spine is a bony prominence on the anterior margin of the ilium, with the iliofemoral ligament and rectus femoris muscle attached, the latter functioning as both a hip flexor and knee extensor. The rectus femoris muscle, according to Rupe, is used in walking, running, kicking, and raising the knees to walk steps. The equivalent of the AES in apes is flat. A bony prominence is not found in any non-human primates. It is a diagnostic human trait, and it is well preserved in Lucy's ilium. Now, in the video Rupe commented concerning AIIS, here's another diagnostic feature that only humans have in their hip. This is called the anterior inferior iliac spine. And regarding the presence of an anterior inferior iliac spine in Lucy's hip bone, that the presence of an AIIS is a diagnostic human trait that alone demonstrates this is a human hip bone. And he says, according to Rupe, the favorite creation to recognize the true human pelvises in the Australopithecus genus has only helped to bolster the evolution narrative that Australopithecines, including Lucy, were obligate bipeds with human-like pelvises, yet ape-like skulls, and ideal transitional forms. And as I mentioned at startup, I think I should have mentioned at the end probably, there are Australopithecines such as Littlefoot, which we'll get to, which has at least superficially human-like pelvises, just like Lucy, that have very apish non-human skulls. And so how would that calling a human help the situation? All right. Now, the claim that the AIS, the anterior inferior iliac spine, is a diagnostic human trait is demonstrably false. This is because an AIS is also present in fossil specimens that presumably no one would say were descendants of Adam Eve, such as the Littlefoot Australopithecus brevius specimen STW 573, as well as the Ardipithecus raminis specimen ARVP 6500. The skeleton of these specimens include apish skulls, which to any reasonable person cannot, I'll show you them in a sec, which to any reasonable person cannot be considered as being human, or as apish skulls commingle with human bones. It is said that the STW 573 skull indisputably belongs to the rest of the skeleton. Also, the hip bone of STW 573, as well as the hip bone of STW 451, usually classified as A. africanus, apart from being similar, are said to resemble humans in certain features even more so than the hip bone of Lucy and STS 14, usually classified as africanus and M2 H2, MH2 Australopithecus adida, yet STW573 is not human. And so I'm not sure how, if Lucy's pelvis is human, you could have a pelvis from a non-human being more human in certain features than a human pelvis. If Lucy's pelvis is not human, then it makes more sense. So here is the pelvis of STW573 and STW431. You can see here the little foot STW573 is the middle one, the more rougher one, and the bottom one is the ST431. They're very similar pelvises, and you can see the red arrows sort of on the outer kind of rim or side of the ilium, pointing to the little bump there, which is the anterior inferior iliac spine. Okay, the other red arrow is actually pointing to the sciatic notch. So basically, so the small arrows there. So the bottom, the bottom two diagrams. Just look at them. Okay, so basically it's just showing you that the STW573 has an anterior inferior iliac spine, and so must be, according to Rupi's diagnostic criteria, must be human. Now this is the skull. Now obviously, no, I don't think anyone want to put that in the human family tree. Now it has some deformity from the fossilization process, but it is basically intact. And if you correct it for distortions, it's not gonna. It's not human. No, I don't know anyone would. And as mentioned, Ardipithecus ramidus also has the skeleton has a anterior inferior iliac spine. That's a skull there. Now that's probably even worse. No one would put that in the human family tree. Cranial cavity has about 300 cubic centimeters. So this diagnostic criteria just doesn't work. There's also an anterior inferior iliac spine present in the recent published remains of the robust Australopithecine paramorphous robustus specimen SWT1 HR2. Okay, so that was recently published in April. I'm not sure when it was published online, but it was published this year. And although it's said to be the first articulating partial os coxa that is hip bone, nearly complete female, complete tibia of young adult hominins excavated from roughly supposedly the 2.3 to 1.7 million year old hanging remnant and one of Swartkrantz formation. So this specimen has been estimated to be small in stature, 1.03 meters, than both Lucy 1.1 and the Hobbit florensis specimen LB1 1.09 meter. Albeit this specimen diagnosed based on a femur, no skull was present at birth to the remains. Okay, so this also has for copyright reason, I don't have a diagram to show you, but this also had an anterior inferior iliac spine present. Now, using Rupi's anterior inferior iliac spine diagnostic criteria for recognizing human A. primitive specimen Littlefoot, A. ramidus specimen, A. afarensis specimen Lucy, paramorphous robust specimen that I just mentioned would all have to be classified as humans, descendants of Adam and Eve. The AAOS is all present in the pelvis of Australopithecus adida specimens MH1 and MH2, as well as Australopithecus africanus specimen STS14 and STS431. Rupi considers the pelvis of africanus specimen STS14 and Sabida specimen MH2 as being human. Rupi stated that clarity on identity of Lucy bears eternal weight. Is a flawed diagnosis method that it honestly makes humankind seem like a planet of the apes. Is that bringing clarity? I mean, anyhow. Now, Rupi argued that as the hypogonadal angle of Lucy's femur, 12 degrees compared to 8 to 11 degrees in humans, falls within the human range. This feature can combine with a human pelvis supports a true human identity. For comparison, the bicondylar angle in the left femur of the Littlefoot A. Prometheus specimen STW573 is estimated to be 11 degrees, and so it's also human-like. So again, and so your Littlefoot matches Lucy's human-like features. According to Rupi, when a high bicondylar angle occurs in combination with other features that are distinctly human, such as the morphology of the pelvis and or femoral condyles, that is, raised patellar lip, deepened patellar groove, and inferior flat condyles. The bicondylar angle should count as a convincing corroborating evidence. The association of all those traits in a single distal femur is decisive evidence of human morphology and bipedality. The STW573 femurs also display the features described by Rupi above. As STW573 is not human, what Rupi said is decisive evidence of human morphology and bipedality is not that decisive after all. The robust Australopithecines SWT1 femur, which also appears to possess an elevated patellar lip, deep patellar groove, and inferior flattened condyle, seems to have a hypervalgus knee that is like a knock knee, given its very high bicondylar angle of 17.8 degrees. Hence, a human-like or high bicondylar angle in the femur, as well as supposedly convincing corroborated evidence, does not necessarily imply that it belonged to a human. Now, Ruff et al. Performed a study examining bone structural properties of the humerus and femur in Lucy. In their conclusions, the author stated, although bipedal, when on the ground, the limb bone structure proportion of AL281-81, that is Lucy, provided evidence for substantial more arboreal, that is climbing behavior, than either modern humans or Homo erectus. The frequency and magnitude of force required to stimulate bone modeling and remodeling of this kind implies that this behavior was adaptively significant and not a trivial component of locomotor repertoire. Possible reasons for using the trees more often include foraging for food and escape from predators. Furthermore, there's evidence that terrestrial bipedal gait in AL281, as at Lucy, may have differed in subtle, important ways from that of later Homo, decreasing locomotor efficiency when on the ground and limiting terrestrial mobility. And basically, hence Lucy's arms were very strong because this was spending much time swinging trees. As stated in a commentary by Williams, analysis of the partial fossilized skeleton, the investigators say, shows that Lucy's upper limbs were heavily built, similar to champion tree climbing chimpanzees, supporting the idea that she spent time climbing and used her arms to pull herself up. Arms like champion tree climbing chimpanzees does not sound very human-like. And although she was capable of upright walking, the study found evidence suggesting that even Lucy walked upright. Even when Lucy walked upright, she may have done so less efficiently than modern humans, limiting her ability to walk long distances on the ground. In response to anatomist Alan Lovejoy being asked if Lucy was a dwarf, his reply was told by Rupe. Lovejoy's response was interesting. He claimed that Lucy could not be a dwarf because the bones do not show any signs of pathology. That's a good response to a question about dwarfism, but why didn't they consider the possibility of a pygmy? Even today, there are a population of small-bodied humans living in Central Africa. Pygmies don't suffer from dwarfism. They have naturally short stature and normal body proportions. Hence, Rupi asked, is it possible that Lucy, another specimen from the Harder Formation, belonged to a population of pygmies? There are several lines of evidence that demonstrate why the pygmy human hypothesis is not far-fetched. He summed up the unique features that Lucy and Hobbit, aka Homo floresiensis, had in common. Lucy and Hobbit have several unique features in common, including flat-footedness, curved fingers and toes, nearly identical endocranial capacities, virtually identical limb proportions, nearly identical height, broad pelvises with lateral ilia, non-projecting chins, and possibly more funnel-shaped thoraxes with higher position scapula. The commonality of all these other aberrant features makes sense if they belong to small, genetically isolated pygmy populations. So here shows a replica of the LB1 partial skeleton of the adult Homo floresiensis specimen LB1, known as the Hobbit. Okay, notice that it doesn't really have a thorax. So making any decision on the Shabbat's thorax has to be inferred from either the width of the pelvis or the clavicle there, the collarbone. But it's a kind of iffy diagnosis. Here's an assembled Lucy skeleton. Okay, there's some of the bits there. All right. Now, according to Seaton, the tiny cranial capacity of LB1, not its height, is its most astonishing feature. The authors further stated that For Homo erectus sensu that's in the broad sense, height has been estimated around 1.5 meters with a mean cranial capacity of 904 cubic centimeters. Local Indonesian Homo sapiens have a mean height of 1.63 meters and a mean cranial capacity value of 1,350 centimeters cubed. The height of the pathological cases described in Ashmari and Murray among present populations, height 1.2 meters, is comparable to the stature of the Lee being Bua series, but not the cranial capacity. 1,000 centimeter cubes versus about 400 cubic centimeters. So basically, it's a big difference between these are pathological people, 1.2 meters, and even their cranial capacity is 1,000 centimeter cubes versus 400 for LB1, which is about Lucy's cranial capacity estimate. Now, Falk et al. In another paper stated, typically pygmy skulls are over 1,000 centimeter cubes. Ours measures 1,249 and resemble those of neighboring humans in shape. Unlike LB1, whose brain-body size ratio scales like that of Australopithecines, however, the ratio for pygmies is slightly larger than that found in the non-pygmy neighbours, giving their heads a relatively large appearance. This is expected because pygmies scale allometrically along ontogenetic curves, leading to relatively enlarged heads and brains, as it is the case for human youngsters relative to adults. The laws governing allometric scaling of brain-body ratios are powerful and hold within other species of primates. For this reason, and because the morphology of our endocarp samples differ greatly, we do not believe that LB1 represents human pygmy. Now, stated by Martin et al. In another paper, this is all around the time of the Hobbit controversy, Modern Rampasa pygmies and floras have an average cranial capacity of 1,270 cubic centimeters. According to these authors, it is well established that reduction of body size within a mammal species, including Homo sapiens, is usually associated with only moderate reduction in brain size. Even if you scale down brain size to body size using individuals with the smallest of human brains, like the ones exhibited by the Damanesia Homo erectus fossils, the body size is untellingly small when scaled down to a cranial capacity of around 400 cubic centimeters. So at the time, skull flying wasn't known, so that would be the other four Damanesia skulls, the cranial capacity. Like as I mentioned a little while ago in the Q&A or whatever, the Damanesia erectus lived in the gorge area, so I suspect that some, but we know one of them had, certainly looking at the tooth sockets, had certainly some pathology, but I believe that so scale of 5 may have had cretinism. There may be others, I don't know, but anyhow, just assume they're normal human size. So Martin they state the 4 skulls from Damanesia have a mean cranial capacity of only 664 cubic centimeters, range 600 to 775. It has been suggested that the Flores hominid descended from such a small brain population, but this proposal is also unconvincing. First, with an intraspecific scaling exponent of 0.25, body size would still have to be reduced to 1/8 for the average for Homo erectus, from 60 to 7.5, to decrease mean cranial capacity from 664 to 400 cubic centimeters. In fact, taking the smaller body mass of 50 kilograms estimated for Damanesia fossils, body size would have to be reduced to around 6 kilos to reach a mean cranial capacity of 400 cubic centimeters. Now, if the cranial capacity reported for Homo floresiensis reported from the dwarfing of large brain individuals resulted from the dwarfing of larger brain individuals, the situation was even be more untenable. So if you had an original body size of erectus of 60 kilos, would have to be, that body size would have to be reduced to, and the mean cranial capacity was 991 cubic centimeters. That would have to be reduced to, the body size would have to be reduced to 2 kilograms to get basically a cranial capacity of 420 cubic centimeters. So that's a real lethal problem for the theory that the pygmies don't reduce the brain size like this. I don't know of any example of something like that could possibly do that. So in a way, that sort of kills off, in many ways, the pygmy hypothesis. The only way you can explain a small brain size like that, I believe, is through pathology. Okay. Now, and this is one person who tried to do that, Oxnard. Um, and concerning cranial capacities, the researchers, evolutionists who believed the hobbit was a modern human also believed it was pathological. And one of the reasons for this was its abnormally small brain, which could not be considered normal by any measure. According to Oxnard, skulls and brains are considerably small in pygmy or pygmoid people, and he mentions 7 such skulls ranging from 790 to 150 cubic centimeters, which can scarcely be accepted as abnormal. So he found in literature, whatever, these 7 skulls, which estimated cranial capacity from that, So it's around twice the Hobbit or Lucy size or whatever, which weren't considered abnormal. And then basically he says congenital hypothyroidism, that's cretinism, is able to reduce brain size by approximately 50%. So if you had a really small pygmies or human brains, and then they had a pathology like cretinism, which drew brain size by 50%, then you could end up something with 400 cc. So, and according to Oxnard et al., thus normal Southeast Asian pygmoid cranial of 80 to 100 milliliters have been recorded and estimated. On this basis, cretins from such populations could have brain sizes as small as 400 to 500 mil, based on scaling of height and brain size found among European endemic cretins. But these are not normal humans; these are pathological humans. Okay, that's why the people who believed, the evolutionist researchers who believed the Hobbit was a human during the controversy, they believed it was pathological because of the one of the reasons was the small brain size. So published cranial capacity values for LBI and cranium has varied from 380 to 430 cubic centimeters. Most recent estimate 426. Hence, at least in theory, the abnormally small brain of Albion could be explained by cretinism in a pygmy human, whether modern human or a robust human like Homo erectus. However, as such, the LB Hobbit specimen suffered considerable pathology. The cranial capacity of Lucy is given as 387 cubic centimeters by the late Holloway, which at best is a ballpark figure given the incompleteness of the cranium. On cranial capacity of Lucy's cranium, stated estimates can range between 360 to 417 cubic centimeters. He wrote that Lucy and Hobbit had nearly identical endocranial capacity, and that Lucy's endocranial capacity may be underestimated. Regardless, the upper estimate cited above is approximately the same as the pygmy human from Flores, and so it is entirely possible Lucy's cranium belonged to an adult small-body human. Well, the brain size would have to be pathological. Anyhow, so as discussed above, the brain size of the Albion Hobbit from Flores is too small to simply be explained as that of a pygmy human. And so it's unconvincing to use its small cranial capacity as evidence that Lucy's cranium could also have belonged to a pygmy human. I'm not aware of any data indicating non-pathological humans where the pygmies or not had cranial capacity as small as the ones given above for LB1 and Lucy. If LB1 was human, then pathology is the most logical explanation for many of its morphological features, including its small cranial capacity. While some evolutionists consider LB1 to have been a different species and hence non-pathological, one should bear in mind that they consider LB1 to be an ape man, not Homo sapiens. If Lucy was a pygmy human, then its brain size was also abnormally small and would also have to be explained by pathology, as would many of its other apish and or Australopithecines features, and there are many. However, if Lucy was an Australopithecines, then its brain size and other morphological features would be normal for this extinct primate group. Whilst pathology seems the likely condition for LB1, to me the likely nature of Lucy is that, well, it was an extinct Australopithecine. So let's look at limb proportions. Now, Lucy and the Hobbit may have had similar limb proportions, that is humerofemoral index, but they are outside the range of normal variation for Homo sapiens. Rufi gave values of 86.8 and 85.4 for the humerofemoral index of the Hobbit and Lucy, respectively. According to Hinton, the humerofemoral index of the non-human Australopithecine Littlefoot is 86.6, said to be significant yet equally distant from the means for pan and modern humans, but consistent with those derived from Ardipithecus ramidus and afarensis. Hence, the limb proportion in Lucy are consistent with values of other extinct primates such as Ardipithecus ramidus and Littlefoot. Now, concerning a lot of the features associated with Homo florensis, paleontologist and anatomist Charles Ocknell argued strongly that many of the normal features of H. florensis appear to fit with cretinism, as many features of cretinism appear to mimic so-called primitive features of evolution. He goes on to state that it is remarkable that so many features similar to those normally present in great apes, in Australopithecus and Paranthropus, and early Homo, for example, Homo erectus, and even to some degree Homo neanderthalensis, but not in modern Homo sapiens, are generated in humans by growth deficit due to the absence of thyroid hormone. In other words, many of the pathological features of cretinism mimic the primitive characters of evolution, making it easy to mistake pathological features for primitive characters. Comparing Lucy the whole with the latter as if it were non-pathological human when it likely suffered from cretinism or some other pathology will lead to faulty interpretation. As discussed above, Lucy's brain size was normally small for a human, even a pygmy human, and failing to recognize this further erodes the credibility of the hypothesis that Lucy was a human pygmy. Now here comparing the mandibles of this Lucy's one on the left, a human one in the middle, and a chimpanzee one on the right. Now, the text quoted on the web page is for afarensis in general, not particular to Lucy, but I'll quote it. It says the most notable difference in teeth for modern humans and modern chimpanzees is that humans have smaller canines compared to chimpanzees. The canines of afarensis are also relatively smaller, but are still relatively large compared to modern humans. Afarensis incisors are more similar to the size and shape of modern chimpanzees. Molars and afarensis are relatively and absolutely larger than molars in native chimpanzees or modern humans, and are wider buccolingually. Tooth enamel is thicker in afarensis than in other modern species. Okay. So now, writing in the book Lucy's Child, with co-author James Shreve, Donnelly Hanson's discoverer of Lucy gave some thoughts he had about Lucy after his discovery. The piece of mandible recovered from the Lucy site told us that her lower jaw was V-shaped, a decidedly more primitive condition than anything associated with Homo. I actually have the jaw here. But anyhow, the first premolars, teeth directly behind the canines, had only one cusp as opposed to the two found in Homo, another primitive trait. The cranial fragments, meanwhile, suggest a very small brain, not much larger than that of a chimpanzee. Indeed, at 3.5 feet tall, Lucy was about the size of a chimp. Much as I wanted to believe that Lucy was human, I couldn't bring myself to accept anything so small and apparently primitive as Homo. Now, I got here. This is an important point. I think creationists make this mistake often. That is, Homo does not mean human. Now, when creationists talk about a human, it implies the individual is descended from Adam and Eve. Not so with evolution, at least some, at least some evolutionists, because notice that in the previous quote, Johansen appeared to quote human with assignment to the genus Homo. However, there are many members in Homo that are not descendants of Adam and Eve. Most of the fossils assigned to Homo habilis are such an example. In my opinion, most of them belong with the Australopithecines, and some leading evolutionists would assign most of them to the Australopithecine or to some other genus, and some, so a lot of them might probably fit in Africanus. Reading out today that Ronald Clark, STW53 should be in Africanus or Prometheus, and other fossil, I think OH24. So there's a lot of this. OH62 too should be in the Australopithecines, and so basically, and there's a lot of faulty reconstructions too. Particularly, I think Carl Werner pointed out in his book with 1470 man how you could fit an endocast from. I think I'll see if I got it here. It's quite telling. Basically, the endocast of a robust Australopithecus, Australopithecus robust is about 530 cubic centimeters, but that fit it neatly within the skull of 1470 man. So basically, which means that which has had estimates from just over 500 to 800 cubic centimeters for his brain size. So here you have an endocast which is 530 cubic centimeters, fits within about 2 millimeters of the inside of the skull, the reconstruction of 1470, and basically, which means that the 1470 man, which was the icon of Homo, one of the icons of Homo habilis, ironically described by one of the people who put together the late Alan Walker as being a big brained Australopithecine, is now not even a big brained Australopithecine. It's because its brain size may be a couple of hundred cubic centimeters less. So there's a lot of these things. Even the book I written with Jerry Bergman documents a lot of the inflated brain sizes that have been part of this species, so-called species. I don't regard it as a general species. It's the phantom species, a sort of garbage bag where things have been tossed in and they don't belong there. I think the only one I found was, I think it's a specimen called SK847 that could, a small erectus-like face, which could likely belong to Homo erectus, but that's about it. And some postcranial bones, which could be interpreted as being erectus. So that's a problem. So and a lot of people think when evolutionists talk about Homo, they're talking about humans as in descendants out of Eve. They're not. They may be, but they may not be. And so you have to be careful there. So that's why I mention that. So basically, yeah. Otherwise, you can lead to mistaken and confusing interpretations. Okay, so now the first premolar of P3. I don't know if you can see it. Did that be it here? I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it? I don't know if people can see it. Anyhow, it doesn't matter, Donny.
Yeah, I put you full screen for that one, Peter, if you want. Yeah.
Okay. So this actually compares that's the Hobbit one here on my left, and that's the Lucy jaw on the right. So you can see the dental arcades there. You can see the at least the shape of the jaw is kind of very V-shaped in the Lucy mandible. The dental arcade is more kind of narrow and long and diverges slightly at the back, and you'll see that the molars are much larger in Lucy compared to the Hobbit as well. But this thing is only one cusp, so it looks like a sort of a, it's not a canine, but it has a more pointed end. Whereas in the Hobbit, this has two cusps. That's the human condition, normal human condition. So basically, so what I'm saying there, the first premolar P3 of Lucy had only a single cusp, which is considered by evolutionists to be the more primitive condition, with two cusp condition considered to be more human. As stated by Dali and the late Kimball, in both pan and gorilla, the P3 has a single cusp, the protoconid, which is tall and centrally placed along the mesiodistal axis of the crown. And the mandibular first premolars, Albion Homo floresiensis, have two cusps, which is the usual human condition. So there again is another feature of Lucy that indicates it's not human. And here's a picture. You can see there that it's hard to visually to tell that much different, but you can see the larger molars in the forensic specimen, and also the mandible look is more robust in Lucy compared to the Hobbit there. It may be hard to tell from the picture, but anyhow. So conclusion, Lucy's mandibles most likely belong to an Australopithecine, not a human. What can be said about the mandibles, including dentition of Homo floresiensis, is that it appears to be different from both Australopithecines and typical Homo sapiens. Now, a detailed craniofacial morphology analysis of the LB1 Homo floresiensis cranium concluded that LB1 is most similar to early Javanese Homo erectus of Sangerian Trinal. So, in my opinion, this raises the possible scenario that Homo floresiensis that may have been a robust type of human, for example, like a Denisovan or Homo erectus, and it may turn out that the Denisovans were part of Homo erectus, broadly defined, and so the Hobbit may have been a robust human pathology like cretinism. That may explain why it looks like a erectus features, the small brain, and things like that. Now, red herring traits. According to Rupi, red herring traits, that is curved fingers and toes, funnel-shaped thoraxes, laterally conferring ilia, cranial-orientated glenoid, etc., and false allocations about Lucy's pelvis reconstruction being fraudulent have led this group of creations to become blinded to the full human status of Lucy, as well as several other misclassified bones attributed to her kind. Now, Rupi's argument seems to be that several ape-like traits in Lucy are red herrings because they are sometimes found in humans, whether pathological or not. And so they cannot be used to argue that Lucy was an ape or apish primate. If you use this reasoning, though, you could argue that the human-like trait of bipedalism is a red herring also, as existing apes are capable of bipedalism to various degrees. So bipedalism then cannot be used to argue that Lucy was human. I think both of these logics are really wrong. Now, however, if a single individual exhibits mostly apish australopithecine features, that is, all combined in one individual, then the logical conclusion is that the individual was either a non-human primate or a human that suffered from considerable pathology. As already outlined, even if the pelvis of Lucy has too many non-human features for it to be human, it all makes sense that the australopithecines, which include Lucy, were a unique but extinct primate group. They were not apes in the sense that monkeys are not considered apes either. In other words, it's no big deal. It was no big deal until Lucy as a human pygmy arrived. Then it became a big deal. That's why I'm answering this. According to Rupi, in my assessment, the real Australopithecus was an extinct ape, similar to extant great ape species AL44-2 and AL822-1. So this is the AL442. If you can see that here. So he agrees that this is an ape. This is an ape or whatever. To me, it's an apish primate. It's not human. Okay. So I'm just going to show you the skull here. Okay. And claims about certain made about certain fossils displaying distinctly human-like bipedal morphology is a telltale sign that those fossils may not belong to Australopithecus, and careful re-examining is warranted. Thus, once all of the distinctly human fossils that were falsely attributed to Australopithecus, I think my voice is going, are reclassified as Homo, not arbitrarily, but on the basis of key morphological indicators, what remains are the fossil of extinct members of the hominidae family. This will further help to fill in the large fossil record of African apes. Now, the above logic by Rupi, in which if a bone displays distinctly human-like bipedal features, it is human, is an example of the logical fallacy of Petito Principii. That is also known as begging a question. That is where the argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion. In this case, it assumes that only human bones display such bipedal features, which is the point that needs to be proven. Further, as already been demonstrated with, for example, the anterior-inferior iliac spine, Rupi's diagnostic criteria for what are distinctly human-like bipedal features are also questionable. Rupi can state his argument to be true, but that just reflects his belief. It's not evidence to strengthen the case, let alone proof. So it's again just showing the Littlefoot skull here. Making the assumption that only human bones display such bipedal features can become very problematic, particularly when you have an individual Australopithecine skeleton found with the associated skulls, such as occurred with the Australopithecus primitivus specimen Littlefoot. As discussed earlier, the Australopithecine Littlefoot skeleton displays some bipedal features, which, by some of the arguments presented earlier by Rupi, would fit his criteria of being distinctly human-like, such as a human-like bicondylar angle in its femur, and a pelvis at least a human-like as Lucy's. Yet an associated skull, which cannot be dismissed as being commingled, certainly cannot be classified as human. Littlefoot essentially falsifies Rupi's hypothesis that Lucy is a human pygmy. If one were to declare Littlefoot to be human due to the pelvic features, no one creation of evolution would believe it. Additionally, reclassifying all of the distinctly human fossils as Homo would not help much if Homo already consists of misclassified specimen that belong with the Australopithecines. Personally, I don't know why he went ahead of this hypothesis publicly without even considering Littlefoot in his paper or whatever. It didn't even address it. And to me, that you just don't do that. You should have addressed it before going public with it. Then this could have all been avoided. Okay, yeah, just again the Littlefoot skull. Oh, sorry, not the afarensis skull there. Okay. So I'm getting to the end now. My wife is looking at me. So also by Rupi labeling many apish skeletal traits as red herrings, such as curved fingers and toes, funnel-shaped thoraxes, laterally referring cranial-orientated glenoid cavity, because they are in rare circumstances found in humans, how could you ever know which ones were human and which ones belonged to the real Australopithecus? And if all postcranial bones that are loosely like a place in the human category, one may legitimately ask, where then are the postcranial bones that accompany the real Australopithecines, such as the AF skulls mentioned there, like AL 4442 and AL 822-1. Ruby wrote that the failure of creationists to recognize true human pelvises in the Australopithecus genus has only helped to bolster the evolutionary that the Australopithecines, including Lucy, were obligate bipeds with human-like pelvises, yet with ape-like skulls, an ideal transitional form. Ruby's position appears to be based on a sort of fear of bipedalism in non-human primates, acknowledging it will somehow prove human evolution. The main, if not the entire reason for adopting the Lucy as a human pygmy hypothesis seems to be that he worries people persuaded apes that can walk bipedally be seen by them as a missing link. Yet he fails to realize that an apish-looking primate, primarily falsely as a human, will almost certainly be seen as a missing link or ape man by most observers. However, as mentioned elsewhere, some evolutionists argue apes like Danovius Guggenamosi, I hope I pronounced that right, were capable of habitual obligate bipedalism supposedly millions of years before the first hominin. So even by their logic, bipedalism is not a transitional form or missing link diagnostic feature. In 2019, Madeline Boehmer et al. Described the bipedal baboon-sized fossil ape Danovis guggenami from Bavaria, Germany. Danovis is said to be a great ape with a broad thorax, long of the spine, and extended hips and knees as in bipeds, and elongated and fully extended forelimbs as in all apes, hominoids. Danovis combines the adaptation of bipeds and suspensory apes and provides a model for the common ancestors of great apes and humans. Goes to state that in her book, dated to allegedly 11.62 million years,
Peter,
Mercy, according to Scarabuma, had unusually I'm writing for features for
Peter, I was just gonna. I was going to stop you right there. Feel free to take your time. I just wanted to give you a warning. I'm just going to run to the restroom for about a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to go. I'm going to take a break at restroom too, so I'll come back there. Okay.
Okay, Peter, you run to the restroom first, and then I'll go. I'll talk to the audience while you're gone.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, so to the audience, as you can probably tell, this has been extremely comprehensive, which is what we've wanted. We planned for, in many ways, a seminar tonight, starting off with Out of Africa Chaos, the truth about human origins. And then, especially in light of the debate that just took place, an excellent debate between Dr. Jerry Bergman and Gutzig Gibbon. Hominin fossils and the Australopithecines in particular have kind of been a hot topic. And so we also wanted to make sure that we give you guys a thorough breakdown and a complete answer on who was Lucy, what was Lucy, and what were the Australopithecines. And so if I could, as Peter is gone here for now, if I could give a bit of a nutshell review of what he's saying. Firstly, uniquely bipedal extinct apish primates, creationists should not fear the existence of those. It makes sense with morphological variation. And here's a good quote that Dr. Peter Line likes to point out. He discusses it in his recent article too. And it talks about how even though the Australopithecines were bipedal, they would not have been bipedal in the same way that humans are. They would have been unique. And one good quote here, the cross-sectional area of Lucy's lower back vertebra, particularly the lumbar and sacral vertebra, are also extraordinarily small, suggesting that they were not adapted for the bearing of heavy loads associated with fully upright postures. So there's a difference in how they would have walked upright compared to humans. And we'll discuss this in the Q&A as well when Peter's done. But Peter's done an excellent job pointing out. Oh, okay, Peter, welcome back. I'll finish this point and hand it back to you, brother.
Yep.
Peter's done a great job in pointing out Lucy right here, Australopithecus afarensis, AL 288-1, the pelvis of Lucy and the more so human-like traits, like the anterior, inferior iliac spine, okay, being one of them that Chris points to. Those traits are found in other Australopith pelvies. One in particular, STW 573. This is Australopithecus prometheus. Some view that as an Africanus specimen, but nonetheless, highly articulated, 90% complete. The bones are in close anatomical association. The skull, the head, the shoulder girdle, the long arms, everything about it is clearly ape. When you look to the pelvis and other features, the pelvis is very similar to Lucy's pelvis and also the pelvis found in other Africanus specimens. Ardipithecus ramidus, same thing, similar traits and features, and also Sediba. So somebody who holds to the pygmy hypothesis, they have to address major challenges, one of them being the status of Littlefoot. Is Littlefoot an extinct apish primate? Is it human? Because it has, according to Chris's hypothesis, it has the same, what he says, diagnostic features or traits that Lucy's hip does. But it'd be a hard sell to say that Littlefoot is human. It would also be very difficult to demonstrate that all of these parts are not one individual, because one might be tempted to say that Littlefoot represents multiple individuals to get around that. So Peter, that was a well-deserved break for you, brother. This has been excellent. We'll be clipping this whole section as well anyways as its own video for people to see.
Yeah.
And this is how we move forward in science. This is how we come to, because we're not only into refuting arguments for evolution, we're into model building. And when we're engaging the critics and interacting with pro-evolution arguments and anti-young earth creationist arguments, we do want to bring forth the best possible model. And that's why these types of critiques are important. They're not critiques on a person, they're critiques on a person's model or their arguments. And there's nothing wrong with that. Correct. That's the professional thing to do.
Correct.
So Peter, should I hand it back to you, brother? You're doing a great job.
I'll continue on. On a great summary, and I'll just continue on. My wife just handed me something warm to eat. So
your wife's doing a great job. Make sure to thank her for me.
Okay. All right. So basically, the quote, I think. So I said, this Danaus Guggenmosi is dated around 11.622 million years ago in evolution time. I don't accept the date, but going by their methods of dating, and according to discoverer Bomi, had unusual features for an ape, that is ability to stand straight with its knees and hips fully extended and a lower back that curved gently to lend it stability. Bomi points out that when today's great apes stand on 2 feet, they keep their knees and hips bent, and their lower backs are inflexible and too short for them to be able to stand upright with extended hips. Tracy Kibble described the mosaic features of the Danaus Guggenmosi ape as having forelimbs suited to life in the trees that all living apes, including humans, still have. Lower limbs suited to extended posture like those used by orangutans during bipedalism in trees. And further specialization of such features of the lower limbs in humans to enable habitual terrestrial bipedalism, that is, obligate bipedalism, okay? So that's what's suggested for Lucy, habitual. But this is not a human, it's an ape. It lived millions of years, supposedly, I don't accept it, but supposedly millions of years before Lucy. It's not a hominin or hominid, whatever you want to call it, or an ape man. It's an ape. They walked, I suppose, according to them, it worked habitually upright. But the foot has a long, robust, big toe that would be good for grasping, suggesting that the Danaus Guggenmosi might have walked flat-footed on branches whether or not it regularly walked bipedally on the ground as a square. See, a lot of this bipedalism is used in the trees, like orangutans walk bipedally in trees, branches. It helps you. You're walking out of branches, reaching out for fruit, whatever fruit or whatever is in trees. So a lot of it is also for the trees, for walking out on branches and trees, a design thing. Now, paleoanthropologist Jeremy De Silva has examined the fossil state that Bowman and a team concluded that over 11 million years ago, Danovis was upright and walked not on the ground but in the trees. Firma is right, bipedalism did not emerge from the ground up but from the trees down. From my own observation of the fossil, I saw no reason to contradict these findings, but they remain controversial and contested. Now, Danovis gugamosi is supposedly 11.62 million years old in the evolution timescale, which would mean that bipedalism existed millions of years earlier than the first supposed hominins. So findings such as this are a real blow to the idea that bipedalism equals hominin. That is, if apes primates in Europe were built for some form of bipedalism and upright posture, yet were not hominins, excuse me, then why would bipedal-like features in the Australopithecines from Africa mean they were hominins? The argument of evolution is that Australopithecines were hominins because they were in some way bipedal collapses. The argument that Australopithecines were hominins because they were bipedal is invalid reasoning per se, regardless of whether they were bipedal apes primates in Europe, whether there were bipedal apes primates in Europe or not. The Bible does not address the issue of locomotion in primate, and so from a creation viewpoint, if bipedal ape-like primates existed, it does not contradict Scripture. If God created humans bipedal, why would he not use variation on a similar design pattern for some other primates? Given how many non-human primates there are, if considering both extant and extinct species, it would be in some way seem a bit unusual if you had not. The Australopithecines may have been one such primate group. Interesting, a study on the gibbons, the holobatids, by Rosen et al. Our results show that while each study species of ape and monkey can move bipedally, holobatids, that is gibbons, are significantly more bipedal and engage in bipedal locomotion more frequently and for greater distances than any other primate sampled. These data support hypothesis of orthograde, long-backed, and arboreal last common ancestor, which is consistent of hominid fossil from the middle to late Miocene. If two-knuckle walking evolved in parallel and pounding gorilla, then the human body form, particularly the long low back and orthograde posture, is conserved. We thus interpret our finding as indication that additional morphological features of the holobated body form, aside from the limber portions, predispose them to walk bipedally more frequently than other primates. Specifically, a long lumbar spine and orthograde positional behavior are limitation of studies that we did not include any lines as a subfamily of new monkeys. A family of primates that also possesses this combination of long lumbar spine and frequent orthograde positional behavior. Yet we also cannot ignore these data demonstrating that holobatids, the only primates in study with a long lumbar region and an orthograde body posture, essential characteristic for upright walking humans, practice bipedal locomotion more frequently and for longer distances than other non-human primates. In Encyclopedia Britannica, they write, conversely, it's also possible that the first habitual walkers were already well prepared for terrestrial bipedality, having adaptations for running bipedally among branches and boughs, standing upright to forage overhead, and climbing vertical tree trunks and vines. The scenario suggested by studies of gibbons who routinely engage in these arboreal activities and virtually never elect to move on the forest floor. But if forced to the ground, run bipedally, gibbons have relatively long, powerful, low limbs, the same number of lumbar vertebrae that humans have. Great apes have fewer, and chests of humanoid configuration. When walking on the ground, gibbons stand up straighter and chimpanzees, which are occasionally bipedal. All right, now I'm kind of getting to the pretty much the end here. I was going to show you. I don't know if Donny is there to show the video of a gibbon running or whatever. He's back.
I can do that if you'd like to. I can show that video.
I got, or John, I have one. I have one. I think it's one slide left of the consequences, and then we can go back to it. Okay.
Okay, let's do that.
Then I'll do that. All right. So now, the anatomical facts do not line up. I should probably call it conclusion. The anatomical facts do not line up with the claim that Lucy is human. The Australopithecines are simply unique, and when I walked upright, this was in a unique manner. To attempt to say that Lucy's skeleton, somewhat of an archetype in this group, is human, thus undercuts one of the best arguments in the creation arsenal in the area of human evolution. Not only that, if this proposal were to succeed in having a significant creationist following, it will allow anti-creationists to claim that creationists are either ignorant of important paleoanatomical facts or worse, are deceptively not mentioning them. So this is one of the reasons why I just couldn't ignore it. And so most of the time I prefer just ignore these things, but this one can't be ignored. But this is automatically going to generate a controversy. You don't want it, but I'm not the one that went public with it first, and things like that, and then made accusations against people being, having an impenetrable groupthink because I didn't accept Lucy was a human, and so it's going to be easy for opponents to simply point out that some creationists now believe Lucy is human and some say it's not. So it's a no-win situation, but I think in the long run, it's at least give people the facts that they can make up their own mind. But I think truth matters, and so that's the only reason why I'm doing it, to be honest. All right, so that's it. And I got, but maybe show this video of this gibbon running and walking. It runs first, then you'll see it walking, and then maybe this fear of bipedalism can disappear.
Okay, let me screen share and show the video. As I'm doing that, I'll let the audience know that in terms of, because we've done a seminar here and we're going to continue, Peter, for a little bit. I have some questions for you, and so does the audience. But in terms of, yeah, and you take your time. That's why I'm filling the air. And so you take your time. I'll let the audience know that we're going to continue this because we have some more points to discuss. But in terms of a separate video, what we do, anybody who follows this channel knows, we do a lot of seminars on this channel that go 3-4 hours. And then I'll break those seminars up into smaller clips to keep it more digestible. And so right here at this point is where I'll probably stop the clip and then put out as its own video a response to the pygmy hypothesis. And so with that being said, allow me to screen share and put to bed this fear of bipedal apes. So I think this is the video that you wanted me to show. So here we go.
Let's let it run out because you'll see it walking as well. Funny how I can spot grapes from a long distance. So white-cheeked gibbon.
You know, some people are surprised, Peter, when you show them these kinds of videos of gibbons walking and running upright. They're like, wow, I didn't even know, because it does look so human-like. Yeah. It's kind of entertaining too.
Yeah. Well, no one would mistake it for a human or ape man. That's the point. You know, they're walking there. But you know, that's the thing. God created variation, and
right. And then we find, and like you said, and I think those were really good points. Maybe when you get a chance, you can go back to those slides because I'd like to emphasize them for the audience, where you go over several papers about extinct ape primates that are not even considered in the hominin line. They're not considered transitional or anything like that. They're not an Australopithecine. And even according to the evolutionary model, from my understanding, listening to your presentation, they predate the Australopithecines by quite a while.
There's a couple others. There's a couple others as well. So,
yeah. So somebody who would say, well, bipedal apes That's only evidence for evolution. That's discriminatory evidence for evolution. Or somebody who might say Lucy's a human pygmy because we can't be arguing as creationists for the existence of bipedal apes. What would they do with those apes that are also bipedal? Like as you've pointed out, the Bible is silent on whether or not there are or have been other primates that are I mean, the Bible says we're made in the image of God. I get it. There's something about us that reflects the divine, but where is our gait or mode of locomotion? Where do we find that in the scriptures?
It's the thing is, it's the human mind or soul or spirit in the pelvis or femur. I mean, that is absurd. So you know that we you know that's the thing. So you're basically having you're having to then say that these weren't bipedal, find arguments against that and whatever. What's the point? There's no biblical reason for it. I think it gets back to the early days of this, when the claims that, when I didn't have much data, and that the evolutionists claimed that that man walking upright, it was such a big thing that when they paraded some of this stuff, the creationists sort of kind of put up a real shudder against it, and it's sort of stuck, that you can't have anything bipedal because it it may give a hint of something, evidence against creation or something, but it's not biblical, and I think that time has long passed, and I think as you can see there, you have apes among us that can run probably better than most people on two legs. So why on earth is that? Why on earth are you worried? They're not human, and so I think it's just sort of, it's a fear, but it's an unfounded fear. It's just not, but it also, that and so supposed bipedal apes, habitual, obligatory bipedal apes, not optional like existing apes, but the claim is with the one I was showing there, dated 11 million years ago, that was habitual. I mean, it's obligatory claim. So that was its main method of getting around was.
Can you pull that up again, Peter, if you don't mind, those slides on those extinct bipedal apes going back, according to the evolutionary model, 11 or so million years?
I only brought up one today. There's a couple of others.
Right.
Oeopithecus bambouli is another one. There's one, I think, some other one too.
In part one of our series, which went 3+ hours, you spent a great, because I rewatched it. Yeah. You spent a great deal of time on this point, and you went over several others, or at least a couple.
Yeah. And the thing is that a lot of the time, it's like, with Oeopithecus bambouli, when that first came out, it must have evolved the bipedals independently. So this is sort of like the get out of jail card for evolution. Whenever you can't explain something, parallel evolution, evolved independently, there's a throwback line, that solves all the problems. All they got to do is one sentence, and that explains all the detailed.
You've got homology,
mutations, everything, how it would be created in the genome. It's just the same as sort of 50,000 years ago. A chance mutation in the brain made us, gave us language and made us clever, and so we could conquer the world. I mean, this is rubbish, but it doesn't work like that. The brain's, it's just sort of, but it's so simplistic solutions to everything that it's just so stories invented, and but what can you do? But as that pointed out and mentioned it,
So it sounds like, and I'd be curious as to your response, Peter, because I think this data right here is so significant. Creationists that are reluctant to admit that we've had bipedal primates, extinct and current, because gibbons are not considered a great ape. They're considered a primate, but not a great ape. They clearly walk upright. It sounds like their concern, though, which isn't really 100% clear when they talk or when you read Chris Roop's paper here, but their concern seems to be the pelvis itself, or the postcranial remains, because as we know, the human pelvis is short and bowl shaped with femur angled. Great apes, their hip is long and narrow. That the great apes have a long and narrow pelvis. Lucy has a short and bowl shaped pelvis with the femur also being angled. So it sounds like that's more so their concern. I could see somebody saying, well, gibbons, okay, they walk upright, but their pelvis, at least it doesn't look as human. Peter, what would be a good response to that?
Well, I think I addressed a lot of the features that differ. A more shallow hip socket joint,
Right.
The sacrum, the sacrotuberous ligaments that kind of bind the ischium and sacrum together. When you stand upright, that has stabilization. So if you're not stable when you stand erect, it's hard to be efficient in bipedalism. And you have lateral for the ilia are not as curved in Lucy and the epiphysenes as they are in humans. So they're kind of more straight, if you like, not they curve a little bit, and they're kind of more to pivot more sideways. So they're flaring to the side. So they're not. So the thing, and there's all these other little things. And so even if you declared it say you declared Lucy human, the evolution will still say the pelvis is transitional. So you will still you won't. But the problem is now you have to explain pretty much everything else in Lucy is apish. So now you've got to explain that, and then you say, well, that's a red herring. So it's okay for so you're worried about the pelvis, but you don't care if it's built to climb trees and swinging in the trees with long arms or whatever, and all these other features. Had a conically shaped rib cage, which apes have, and all these other these features which are apish. The teeth indicate, a jaw indicate was apish, and a small brain size, which is impossible to basically reconcile with any human being having such a 400 cubic centimeter sized brain. But that's okay. But pelvis looks slightly superficially like a more human-like. That's the real worry. Well, if your faith is that fragile, it's a worry. But I think you need to sort of get a perspective, and there's probably a lot of bones that look similar, like a lot of the phalanges, maybe a slight different in the curvature, but a lot of the finger bones between a lot of humans and apes also look similar. There's a lot of slight variations, and that's what we see in the pelvis. There's a lot of bones that kind of look similar, but there are, when you look in detail, you find there are slight differences, and that's what I would say. But fine if that's a worry, they can go with it, but where's it going to lead them? I mean, it really. I won't say what I think of the hypothesis. I think of people, and I probably realize that now. But go and put it. But he hasn't even addressed the. It doesn't address the main the things that falsifies the little foot skeleton. He doesn't address the brain size, and why does the lower first premolar on the mandible only have one cusp, which is an ape, the sign of an ape, the sign it's an ape. So there's a lot of these things, and I haven't even gone into. Well, I mentioned the tree climbing, but it has a anterior sort of a more cranially orientated shoulder joint, and the funnel-shaped rib cage, which generally isn't present in humans. Like the funnel-shaped rib cage is a condition of cretinism, but it's not generally in normal humans. And so there's a lot of things there, but fine, go with it, But I'm just giving the other version, giving people an alternative, which I believe is Peter, more sound and logic.
I think you made a good, very important point there, that when we put forth a hypothesis or a model, it's good to have a lot of explanatory power, but we have to answer major challenges, especially challenges that could potentially falsify the hypothesis. And an example, I've got my screen shared, if you can see the visuals that I have here of these creatures. And so, I wrote a book here, the ERV handbook, in addressing endogenous retroviruses. And it's a multifaceted argument that the evolutionists use on that, where it's not only how do creationists explain ERVs, but why. So after we give that explanation, they also ask, which is a major challenge to us, and we have answered it sufficiently, but then they'll ask, why do those ERVs fall out into a nested hierarchical distribution in the biological world? So it would be like me avoiding that challenge? Well, for me to have a complete answer and a complete model, I have to address the major challenges. And as you've pointed out, Peter, and I think you've done a great job to suggest that Lucy is a human pygmy. Well, again, you focused a lot on STW 573 here, and you can clearly see the upper trunk and skull are apish. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to doubt that. And then when you look at the hip, the pelvis, clearly very similar to Lucy. Perhaps you could reiterate just quickly. You had a whole couple slides on it, but is it the anterior inferior iliac spine? Why is that important in the sense that apparently that trait or feature is found in all of these pelvic remains?
I think there's a thigh muscle, the rectus femoris, that that kind of attaches to it, which is involved in sort of I think hip flexion and knee extension, and so it's involved in walking or climbing or whatever, and so it's important in that sense. And then at least in chimps, that area is flat. So basically, that's the idea that it's essential for bipedalism. But even in that, and Lucy, when I put up the slide, it's not totally. One of the problems is that in humans, the distance between the superior and anterior inferior iliac spine is short, whereas in Lucy it's longer, which is not a Australopithecine characteristic. So even that doesn't match up.
So obviously, if you're going to hold to that view, you're going to have to answer, well, what is Littlefoot? Why, if we're going to use these diagnostic traits as to what is human, what is not, how do you address Ardipithecus ramidus? Why are those traits found in that pelvis? One might question the reconstruction of the Ardipithecus pelvis, because apparently it was crushed and it was. What's the best way to view that, Peter?
Well, I think I think a lot of the things was crushed and stuff, but the problem is even whenever you reconstruct it, the bit of that corresponds to the anterior inferior iliac spine will still be there. Right. So so that's the thing. It doesn't matter how you reconstruct it so much; it'll still be there. So I don't think Chris believes for a moment that that's human. So to be apish and
well, he'd have to say Artie's hip is human then.
And I don't know that it walked bipedally either. I mean, I'm just going by him as he's the one saying it's a diagnostic trait for human and making a big thing about it. I think you could be used in climbing trees as well. So it's not a sort of just a way. Maybe because their hip bones were shorter. Maybe it's a design thing it's associated with that because the hip is assigned differently as Australopithecines or apes that have that a shorter hip bone. Maybe that's the reason for it. I don't know. I'm just sort of
Okay, so if I could, Peter, a big challenge in light of everything we're talking about and starting to bring it home and land the plane here. A major challenge which was offered, a point of support for human evolution, was offered in a recent debate, Gutsa Gibbon versus Dr. Jerry Bergman. And what they say, in light of all these different creatures, they will say that the discovery of Sahelanthropus and Ardi and these Australopithecines, they say that this was a fulfilled prediction where we have this seamless progression from ape-like creatures, from Ardi to Australopithecus afarensis, to Sediba, to Habilis, up to Erectus, and then Homo sapiens. And so their assertion is, okay, creationists, what's your superior model to this? Because they're saying this is a fluid sequence connecting humans and apes as they predicted. And so do we have an equally good explanation for this? Are they overstating the assertion? Is this more so an agnostic line of evidence? Dr. Peter Line, what's the best way to engage that is my question.
Firstly, there was a big hoopla when Sahelanthropus chilensis came out. I think couple of decades ago now, but I think a lot of now, because it had a femur associated with, or something that wasn't published at the time, but since has been, and I think a lot of people recognize it wasn't properly bipedal anyhow. So it's kind of it's a dubious one. But my thing would be, you have the Australopithecines, an extinct primate group, that they could walk upright in some way. Extant apes can, maybe they were more efficient at it. That may well be. But the thing is, it's a huge leap from Australopithecus. Their postcranial skeleton, certainly the skull is apish, and the postcranial 2 erectus, which we regard as human. Now, in between that, they've put in Homo habilis, but I think I alluded to it. That is a phantom species. Most of the stuff belongs in Australopithecus. And if you looked at I think I've even had slides before in a previous presentation, they don't have much postcranial stuff. Some femurs they have are probably likely erectus anyhow. The one they have is O62. Now, I was reading, I think yesterday, in the when I was reading about the Littlefoot skull, Ronald Clark, who's an evolutionist and working in South Africa, he's the founder of Littlefoot. He assigned, basically didn't say OH62 should be in Australopithecines. And the thing is, it's as apish as Lucy anyhow. So they don't have any postcranial stuff that fills the gap, and all they have is these skulls, which are kind of okay. I'm just talking now. It's no okay. That's just my wife. Yeah. So basically, they just have these skulls, and most of them can be assigned to the Australopithecus genus, or at worst some other genus. And a lot of those brain sizes are inflated, and so they're really not a big deal. And a lot of the evolutionists use the term garbage bag or whatever to describe the species, and then you get to Homo erectus, which you regard as human. And a lot of the thing, like I said, the supposedly Homo erectus to Homo heidelbergensis, but as I mentioned, now people are wondering, well, if there's a modern phase that precedes Homo heidelbergensis, well, you can't really say Homo heidelbergensis is in the line, and so you have these problems stacking up. But I'm talking, but we believe, certainly as a Christian, believe that all these were human, and basically, but you have one thing that is difficult, because you have pathology may confound things, like, and one of the chief things I believe is you have you have genetics, but you have environmental things like cretinism that results from goiter in goiter regions, which may have caused some funny things in these, and a lot of them low brain size and other things, features, which according to evolutionists, these may mimic the things in cretinism, may mimic the primitive features in evolution. So you have that to deal as well. So it can be a challenge sometimes sorting these things out. But I don't think that there is no evolutionary progression. And you got to do, I think what Jay Bergen was trying to say, was hinting at in debate, was there is no mechanism to get from, say, the Australopithecines to Homo erectus, the upright walking bipedal running stance. There's so many mutations that you would need, and to get them fixated within the millions of years or whatever, it won't happen. It's just the improbability, the time it would take, the waiting time problem is there, and it can't be ignored. And you have also Sanford, the genetic entry problem, that our genome is not improving, it's deteriorating, and I think around 100 point mutations per person per generation. So if it was millions of years, it'd be a real problem for, you'd be seeing a lot, I don't know that people would survive. I don't think you could actually, you'd have life, or as we know it, if life is around millions of years, if given a current rate of point mutations and stuff like that in a genome. But anyhow, that's another story. I'm not a geneticist. So.
No, those are good points. And the critics, they love their genetic entropy, that's for sure. So I thought those were a lot of excellent points. And in the article in front of me, which I thought made a lot of great points, there's a section here by Matthew Murdoch, and I think it supports what you're saying, perhaps. And so I'll read out a part of it and get your thoughts. So he says, Africanus more ape-like than afarensis. The A. afarensis skeleton, that's AL288-1, Lucy, is geologically older, 3.8 million years, than that of the Africanus skeleton, STS14, which is 2.4 to 2.8 million years. So he says, thus, if the age of each is accurately established and evolution from apes to humans had occurred, we would expect that the later Australopithecus africanus specimens would be more human-like than Australopithecus afarensis. However, the opposite is true. Africanus has a more ape-like limb proportion than afarensis. And he goes into more like that. So in a way, is that kind of a contradiction, or that would be a point that goes against their whole assertion of, well, this is a seamless, natural, fluid progression? It sounds like they're overstating their hand, Peter.
I think there's also because the redating of the South Africa remains. I think there's different groups who date them up. But I think Prometheus assigned the data was at 3.6 or something million years ago. So there's a kind of competition really between Afarensis and Prometheus, as who was the early ancestor. So you have this going on as well, and there's no real clarity in an evolution story for sure. That's
Well, Peter,
you're right.
I think a lot of people, they take today and they make assumptions on the past. What I mean by that, if we were to ask somebody today on the street, what is an ape? What does an ape look to you? What's your definition of an ape? They're going to point to extant apes, orangutans, gorillas, bonobos, chimpanzees. But if we ask Adam, Eve, or if we ask Cain and Abel, okay, if we went back thousands of years ago in the pre-flood world and asked them, what's an ape or what's a primate? I mean, they might have a totally different answer. To them, something that is more bipedal or upright walking than what we see today could be their answer, because that's the past. That's closer to creation. There would have been, in many ways, different morphological variations expressed. You know, it's just a thought, I think, because today a lot of people are just so against in the creation world bipedal apish primates. But you've shown, and I think sufficiently, that that's not something we need to fear. Okay, so I want to ask this question then, based on everything you said and what we've discussed here in this little 5-minute segment. When they say, but this is a fulfilled prediction, what we find in terms of the Australopithecines, do you agree, Peter, that that is a fulfilled prediction? Or is that, is that an impressive prediction? Because a good prediction is something that's really specific and then comes true. But I mean, predicting an upright walking apish primate in the fossil record, is that an impressive prediction to you, Peter? Can you speak to that?
Well, I don't know. Didn't they predict that you'd have a big brain first, and then that's why the Piltdown fraud happened, and that didn't work out so well. So I don't even know when. I'd have to know when was the prediction made.
Yeah.
Because it's one of these things. But even if they made the prediction, it's not like sort of some big calculus equation or something like that. It's just an either or, one or two alternatives. So it's kind of like not a big thing to make it. It's sort of either the brain came first or they stood upright first. It's not. I mean, that's if man did evolve from apes, then at some stage they would have to stand up. So I don't see why is that a big prediction? That's the obvious thing that would have to happen, isn't it? So I don't really give them much credit for that at all.
Peter, did they predict that we'd find these hominins in Africa, or was it that they found hominin fossils and then thought, okay, these are our ancestors? How did that work? Did they guess that Africa would be our home of origin, and so they started looking there? Did they find
I think it was Southeast Asia first. That's why Dubai went to Indonesia, wasn't it? Look, found his Java man or Erectus. and which turned out to be human. So it wasn't Africa at first,
Okay.
and then it was the Bravels in England, wherever the place is, Piltdown, and then looked at other places in China and Mongolia or whatever, and also there was some the Tong skull in Africa in the early days, but they didn't give it much thought. They just dismissed it as some sort of chimp or something, ape. So it wasn't sort of. I don't know that I can say it's a straightforward prediction that it was in Africa, because a lot of the explorers didn't go to Africa at first. They went to other places, and it's kind of more the leakies and stuff that started probably more the African thing.
Okay. Well,
and
that's
things like that. And he was, you know, it was kind of like Lewis League. I think read. I discovered the tool user that I found was the robust Australopithecus. Australopithecus boys had this really nutcracker man, a really non-human skull. But then they found something else, and then he quickly changed his mind. And no, this is a tool user. That shows you how the bias that creeps in. But we don't know who the tool user was, and the thing was a lot of his Alderman tools are very simple things, and even monkeys can, when they're bashing stone randomly, can produce them. So it's sort of hard to know sometimes what, unless you find more sophisticated stuff, the hand axes and stuff like that. Some of these tools I don't even know how they were gotten there, and even humans could use them as a make stop. If you wouldn't carry them if you only produce them by smashing a rock together, you wouldn't carry them around. Whereas the hand axes, you may a lot more work. So yeah.
So, and those are some good points too, Peter. So when evolutionary scientists, for example, Gutsa Gibbon in her debate presentation, when they line up all of the different brain sizes, you were talking about brain sizes there, and they say, so the brain sizes, they've steadily increased until you get to Homo sapiens. And so therefore intelligence has evolved with brain size. And then they connect it also with the progression of hominins, which you've already I think showcased why they overstate that. And so
I have a mini presentation on brain size, but I think it's probably too late. But yeah, but we could just talk about it.
And I'm assuming your presentation shows that. Is that largely an assertion? It's not entirely true, is it? That we have a nice progression from smaller brains to, and you're a neuroscientist, so you're the perfect guy to ask this question to. Yeah. If you wanted to put up a slide or two, I mean, go ahead, brother.
I'm just looking for the slide, sort of, to see if I can find where it is. I think it should be close by somewhere.
Because it's definitely worth addressing, because I have had people ask me and bring up that point where, because to some people, when you see that visually and you see the skulls lined up, and then you also see the brain sizes lined up and compared and clustered, and then she shows overlap, some people might find that to be appealing or convincing just looking at it. So that's why we're so curious as to how true that is.
I could give a quick thing. I might skip some of the slide, but if you want, I can give a quick thing.
Sure. Yeah, I've got it up on the screen for you, Peter.
All right. So do you want me to go?
Yeah, I think that would be fun. Go ahead.
Okay. So evolution is a paleoanthropologist. The quote is from Ian Tattersall. He says, brain tissue is metabolic expansion. So there must have been some very considerable advantage to larger brains. Presumably the dividend was received in terms of greater intelligence, although precisely what this might have meant in terms of abilities or context remains unclear. All right. Now, selection for brain size. If humans evolved from apes, then the ape brain must have increased in size considerably, nearly a litre, and there must have been an adaptive value. That is a benefit in greater intelligence for something associated with its brain size. There have been many hypotheses suggested by evolutionists as possible selection pressures for brain size increase, make it more sophisticated tools for hunting, better forming alliances for social interaction, being more efficient at communicating language, better at thinking with symbols. So all sort of just so stories. Now, brain size varies considerably among individuals. The brains of males are on average about 10% larger than those of females due to difference in average body size. No correlation exists between brain size and intelligence. Individuals with the smallest brains, 750 mils, and the largest brains, 2,100 milliliters, are functionally normal. That's from a textbook in anatomy and physiology, Martini. And another book, The Rise of Homo sapiens, Coolidge state modern human brains vary in size from 1,100 cubic centimeters to almost 200 cubic centimeters. And there's no known correlation between brain size and intelligence. However one chooses to measure it. Now, I don't know, 1,100, I think it's below than that, but they're just putting plugs. Sometimes I plug figures out of here. Holloway just recently passed away. He was an expert on this sort of intracranial stuff. He says, for another, there is some difficulty in suggesting that natural selection kept favoring larger brains if there's no connection between neural structures of the cortex and increasing behavioral adaptation. That is, the very units which comprise the gradual increase in cranial capacity over the span of the Pleistocene cubic centimeters cannot be demonstrably linked with real difference in behavior. The modern condition where there's almost 1,000 cubic centimeter variation without behavioral difference that can be analyzed warns that in attempting to explain increase in cranial capacity during hominid evolution, some other parameters must be used. Now, based on a pooled sample, Budinsky reported using the endocranial measurement, we can estimate that this UDO6 stated cranium, which we recently put member of this new species, Homo duodensis, had an endocranial model of 1,700 cubic centimeters. So that's the average human cranium is about 1,350 cubic centimeters. This is close to Suzhang 1, another sort of rectus-like cranium, which dates to 125 to 105,000 years ago. The other one was dated to 200,000 to 160,000 years ago, which is 1,800 centimeters cubed. So thus, they say that the Zhujo-6 provides the earliest evidence of brain size that falls in the upper range of Neanderthals among sapiens together with Zhujiang. So basically, these authors stating Homo florensis, Homo lucensis, and hominid challenge the general pattern of brain size gradually increases over time. This study also finds that hominin brain size expansion occurred at different rates across time and space. So this is not so that a linear increase in brain size. Just even evolutionists don't believe this happened. Now consider the following statement by Harry Shapiro. And although Anatole France is said to have had a cranial capacity of only a little over a liter, 1,100 cubic centimeters, and von Hindenburg more than 1,800 cubic centimeters, it would certainly not be the general judgment Anatole France was the less intelligent. To illustrate this, Anatole France won the 1921 Nobel Prize for Literature. So having a Homo erectus brain size did not appear to disadvantage him. Here, another writer at the time, Leo Tolstoy, had a brain of 200 cubic centimeters. So there was this difference in brain size between 900 cubic centimeters between Tolstoy and France. Yes, it's hard to say who was more intelligent. And Bernard and Campbell say, in our species, size difference beyond the minimum threshold, about 1 cubic thousand centimeters, show little, if any, correlation with intelligence. To give just an example, it gives the Tolstoy and France example I just gave there, so I won't restate it. Now, so basically, hominid brain size increase over time. So basically, in this one paper, they give brain size change over time. That 20 cubic centimeter brain tissue, about 156 million euros, were being added every 100,000 years. As this quote indicates, if human evolution is correct, then there was an expansion of brain size of hominids that worked out to about 20 cubic centimeters increase per 100,000 years. And that is regarded as a rapid change by evolution. Now, if you do the maths on this, which is sort of done, then this would have to be a few millimeter cubed or pinheads of brain tissue per generation of supposed hominid. Now, given the large variation in brain size that we have seen in humans without noticeable effect, the size of 2 chimp brains, what selective value could there possibly be in a few pinheads of brain tissue? Now, in his biological anthropology textbook, John Relford writes, there might have been a strong relationship between the relative brain size and intelligence in early human evolution that is no longer in effect. And basically, they acknowledge the possibility that discussing a study, the possibility that correlation with brain size and context could be very small and still have an evolutionary impact over long periods of time. But these correlations cannot be used to make any predictions regarding IQ in living humans, that is, difference brain size between people today, are not related to difference in IQ scores. So others like these authors started speculating things were different in the past. So there might have been a strong relationship between relative brain size and intelligence in early human evolution that is no longer in effect. So that's a bit sort of a special pleading, or whatever you want to call it, that happens in the past but not now. And so I got there. What happened to evolution? Lost over the present is a key to past. Claims that despite there being no relationship between brain size and intelligence now, somewhere there was in the past sounds like special pleading. To put all this in perspective, a huge variation in brain size exists in modern humans, said to occur without any noticeable correlation between brain size and intelligence. However, we have to believe that within the genus Homo, during the period of alleged human evolution, there was supposedly selective value for intelligence, what amounts to an increase on average of a few pinheads of brain tissue per generation. If there's no significant link between brain size and intelligence, then brain size increase would have no selective value in any alleged environment of evolutionary adaptiveness. Without any significant selective value, large brain size could not have evolved even if evolution was possible, which is not, particularly considering the high metabolic energy cost of big brains. Now, one report of normal intelligence existed for a brain smaller than Homo erectus, or most Homo erectus. Daniel Lyon was a non-retarded white watchman who worked for 20 years at the end of the 19th century in New York at the Pennsylvania railway station. He could read, write, and according to legal representative of the company that employed him, there was nothing defective or peculiar about him, either mentally or physically. He was an average weight, 65.8 kilo, below average age, 1.55 meters. After he died at age 46 in 1907 from bronchitis, his brain was removed and subject to a professional autopsy. He weighed just 6,800 grams, 624 cubic centimeters, assuming specific gravity of 1.99 for fresh brain. So basically, upon examination, while they could not attribute a small size of Lyon's brain to pathology or atrophy, the only unusual feature noted was that the cerebellum was near normal size, so some proportional difference there. And this suggests that volume of Lyon's cerebral hemispheres might have been small in for his already small brain. Indeed, the total size of his cerebral hemispheres, 300 centimeters, is 128 cubic centimeters less than the 499 cubic centimeters, which would be expected of a normal proportion brain of 624 cubic centimeters. By using a formula linking brain volume to cranial capacity, the cranial capacity of Lyon's cranium can be estimated at about 660 cubic centimeters or 694 cubic centimeters. That's how I calculate both methods, depending on the measured cranial capacity, estimated directly from brain mass or slight, or directly from the brain volume. Also, they've done I'll try to skip some hemispherectomy where they rip like an intractable epilepsy, where they remove a hemisphere of the entire brain, and which can give you insights into connection. So if you did that, for one, if there's a lot of things come out of it. For one, if the human mind is, we are our brains are just a pack of neurons, that is our mind. If you remove half the brain, and the mind is supposed to be metaphysically complex, that is made up of all these parts, and so these millions of billions of neurons constitute a mind. Then if you take nearly half of them away, and that should split the mind or cause some sort of damage, or cause some fraction to it. Interestingly enough, you can do that, but the mind remains unified. And then one of the guys who's done work on this and is publishing a book soon, The Immortal Mind by Michael Egnoy, who's a neurosurgeon, which I'm looking forward to reading. But anyhow, people who perform this sort of surgery, they say that it's amazing what these patients do, so that the brain can rewire, and their cognitive abilities are still remarkably high, given they're missing half of the brain tissue. So you miss half your brain, and you still have relatively good intelligence. In fact, so this is one 7-year-old female we just happened to. So follow up 11 years post-op. She was seizure-free and able to walk independently. She was a normal intellect applying to higher education. So that's an incredible testament to the extraordinary plasticity of the young human brain. The left side motor control relocated from the disease-excised right hemisphere to an anatomical parity area in the left hemisphere. This functionality did not relocate to random cortical area, but to an area that already contained the prerequisite cellular architecture and white matter connectivity required to control movement. I don't know how you'd select for this in the environment of evolutionary adaptiveness, to be honest. There's no sort of half-brained hominids walking in savannas to select. If you had this, you just die. So it's amazing that the brain can rewire itself. That indicates incredible design redundancy, built-in intelligence, that the brain can rewire itself. And but also it shows that you can have half a brain and have normal intelligence. That's quite remarkable. So basically, maybe I'll stop there, because I've probably got the main points that I was kind of trying to get to, Don.
Very good.
I was going through it a bit fast because it wasn't part of the show, so I just by a bit fast, but I only got the slides in.
It was a bonus segment for the program. And so, in your opinion, then, in light of what you're saying and presenting, why do educated evolutionists assert so confidently that brain sizes support hominin evolution? Are they uninformed, or what's the reason behind that?
Well, it's just a pledge of allegiance to Darwinism, isn't it?
Mm.
I mean, I worked in most of my life I spent working in the area, not in a secular research or secular university, teaching the brain, researching the brain, and it's there's no it's just that's where people go. And the model is physicalism, that you are your brain, but I think a lot of stuff is coming now. You are not just your brain. There's things. Your mind is kind of separate. There's a separate entity altogether. It's non-physical. If you don't believe me, try to describe it in the equations. Describe the mind. Describe your thoughts in equations. You'll see that the mind is actually, your thoughts are physical, and the thing is, but certainly the brain is incredibly important. All the senses, the processing power it does is incredible, and as we discussed in the series, but yeah, it's just the thing is, because they link the Australopithecines and some of these exaggerated Homo habilis crania, which are inflated brain sizes. They linked it to erectus, and then say, well, this shows that they're well, but erectus represents a kind of lower range of the human spectrum. But the thing is that the erectus shape is not indicated by brain size, because I pointed out the Cranial Suzhang and the other one from China. They're larger than there was 1,800 cubic centimeters. They have the Suzhang 1,800, has sort of rectus like features, but they don't call it rectus because by definition, erectus is small brain. So this is circular argument. So people have to realize that, that so robusticity or the archaic features don't correlate with brain size. You get some small rectus, like a Damanesian and things like that. Although I wonder whether some of it is cretinism or something like that explains some of those really small brains we see. But I explained a human being can have certainly in a 600 cubic centimeter range still be normal, although maybe a proportion, maybe there's some abnormality there, but they can behave, think normally with that small brain. I don't believe 400 cubic centimeters, that's much too low. And you get that, so much, but you're getting into the pathological range there. But yeah, but they have to have that, and so that's why they do it. But a lot of the fossil coming out doesn't just show that linear progression, because you get these Chinese fossils, really huge brain sizes, and things like that. And then one of the most robust skulls in the fossil record, also from Australia, Land Lakes hominid 50, and basically it has 1,540 cubic centimeters. So that's larger than about 200 cubic centimeters larger than the average human brain as well. So it doesn't sort of match up to a lot of the things. Yeah, we don't have all the answers, but the thing is, who was it that said bones are fickle, they can sing any songs they want?
That's a great quote.
But as a brain scientist, the brain can't do that. That's where if you there's much more, the evidence inside the brain is much more greater than outside the brain. If you look at the complexity, of the tens of trillions connections in the brain that had to be created in your DNA and basically built. You had to build it first, then it has to function, integrate with everything else in the body, pretty much in one way or how to regulate. The complexity is beyond comprehension, and essentially the suggestion that somehow from bacteria with no purpose, design, or intelligence mind built us. Well, is it just a story? You believe that? Well, I can't help you. I can sell you a bridge nowhere, but I can't help you.
Well, it's true. How do these evolutionists or naturalists, how do they account for these metaphysical realities, these metaphysical truths, spirituality? We're sitting here discussing hominins, discussing chimpanzees and extant great apes. We're studying them. They're not studying us. They're not discussing us with themselves. Mm-hmm. They're not streaming over, these sophisticated computers and StreamYard and so on and so forth. We're the ones that have designed airplanes, built the space shuttle. So these are differences too, Peter. I've been wanting to ask this. I've been wanting to ask this one for a while, and before I forget, I will. Us as creationists, based on all the differences you've described over this truly epic seminar, I said at the beginning, brother, if you believe, as a viewer, if you believe in hominin evolution and these arguments from linear progression from ape to man, and you're open-minded and watch this program, you might be forced to change your mind. And I mean that. You've done an excellent job. And so my question to you is, are there enough discontinuities in the Australopithecines when we compare humans, Australopithecines, let's say extant great apes, chimps, bonobos, gorillas, orangutans? Are there enough discontinuities to make them their own separate created kind scientifically?
Well, I think the thing is that you can only go by you can go by looking at the fossils. So you can look at and you pick parts of it, but I think the intelligent design movement people there did an analysis of working out how would it take for say someone like Lucy to become a runner like the carnivore skeleton erectus. Okay, so even doing that, there's just one feature, and basically you can calculate the probability of what sort of muscle attachment, tendon, what tendons and things like that, what would need to be added for it to actually be able to someone who just say walks to be able to run efficient, be an endurance runner, and I put and basically the probability is zero. It can't happen. But that's just one thing. It doesn't. And the thing is, we don't know what's inside our brains. But we can only look between us and chimps, and even if there's 1% difference, there's still 30 million base pair differences between us and chimps. That would have to be fixated into our genomes. Or from the common ancestors, that would have to be fixated into our genomes between the common ancestors of us and the chimps, if evolution occurred. And that gets into, from what I heard, at the most about 1,000 could be done in 6 million years, not 30 million. And if the difference is greater, then say it was 5% difference, that'd be 150 million differences. It's just not feasible, given that mutations don't improve anything, and the really bad ones might get eliminated, but the just subtle ones don't. They tend to stay on, and that's the problem. That builds up like rust in a car, and then you become, and you have a lot of problems. And we see a lot of problems today, in a lot of sickness, diseases, things like that. That's probably the build up of mutations and things.
And what you're saying there in terms of genetics, in my opinion, and I've had many evolutionary biologists and geneticists agree with me, it's in our genomes that we can best answer this question of ancestry anyways. the quote you said, which I love, fossils are fickle. They'll tell any story that you want it to because they're low quality, low confidence science. Really, we don't have the DNA of any of these Australopithecines.
That's why people shout so loud.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they shout and make up so many fascinating stories really about these fossils. But when you look to the genetic data, one piece that I like to look to that I think is a very strong discontinuity is the Y chromosome, Peter, as you're familiar with, and I've presented on it, the Y chromosomes between humans and chimps, when you consider overall architecture, size differences, and gene content. And this is further established in a 2024 paper, so completely up to date. The chimpanzee and human Y chromosome are less than 30% the same, brother. I mean, those are some massive differences.
Yeah. I don't know how that could be, how you could get those differences fixated into that in the time available. It just doesn't seem feasible. And
But Peter, I wanted to ask this as an objection, because evolutionary scientists will say, Gutsa Gibbon likes to say this. She'll say, well, the morphological changes anyways from something like, let's say, Prometheus, Littlefoot, to a human, they're not anything all that special or novel. They're just maybe changes in morphology. And they'll even say, for example, with Littlefoot, there's the hallux, the toes in line. So they even had feet like humans. So they don't really have to evolve what we see in terms of extant apes. So I'm curious, and I know you've answered this before, but we have a lot of new viewers and subscribers. How would we answer that? The argument from Prometheus that says, well, the Australopithecines had an inline big toe, just like humans.
I'll explain why I don't give that in a sec, but all the other features of Prometheus would create a lot of explaining. So you know, the head, you know, the body in general. So you still can't wriggle out of it. Which you know, the head and the brain and whatever. You know, so these are massive differences. But even the toe, you know, if you the original reconstruction by Clark was divergent, and I've never seen them renounce that. Now they did find some other bones and put them in, but they still haven't renounced that was divergent. And I guess one of the reasons is that with the OH8 foot, expert on the foot, Lewis, he argued that you can actually make not as divergent as chimps, but if you allow for things like ligamentous tissue around the area, stuff like that, you could actually have a hallux, a first ray that basically diverges a bit, and pretty much the same will be with Littlefoot. So now they, of course, evolutionists, because it's in their model that they want a adducted hullus in line out of toes, they're going to argue tooth and nail the other. But I'm just saying that's what other evolutionists have at least in the past argued that, and I haven't seen the Clark group renounce it, even though they've published papers on Littlefoot since the early days. That they still sort of indicate that it had mobility in his feet. So, and a lot of the other aspects of its foot isn't. You know, when Clark and Tobias talked about the foot bones, they were talking about a lot. There was a lot of ape features involved in other foot bones. So no, we're just talking. You know? Yeah, it's okay. That's my wife. Yeah. So I don't. Yeah. So I guess you can argue either way, but but the thing is that there's huge differences in the head, and then it would have to be the brain, and basically the arm. It was adapted for tree climbing, so you have all these features that you have to take into account, and then the pelvis is, like I explained, they're not. They have superficially similar, but they're not the same. So you have to restructure the pelvis to make it more human as well. And the limb proportions are also different. And so there's a lot of these things, you know, that might seem trivial to them, but if you have to put it into the genome to develop it, it's not that trivial. And the thing is, you don't. It takes a long time to fixate something into the genome. It has to be selected for and things like that. And the thing, what other thing is, people don't seem to think is, I take it here of the supposed environment of evolution adaptiveness at the time in the savannah or whatever. there were supposed to be all sorts of saber-toothed cats, all sorts of predators, dogs, whatever, hyenas, large. How would anyone survive long on the ground? Even in the trees, you got leopards and stuff. So you'd have to be an efficient tree climber. How could you possibly ever think that someone would give up their tree climbing ability to become human in an environment like that? That's a separate issue, but I think people haven't
That's a
thought
good
it out.
point.
It's a
That's a good
very
point.
How would you select for it? And so you get one little thing, and then maybe he accidentally walks a little better, and then he tries it out and he gets smashed by some big saber-toothed cat. So this is not thought through. This is a pretty savage. They create a pretty savage world, and you look at the fossil again probably in the pre-flood world, especially, it probably was a very savage place, and things like that from a lot of fossils, and post-flood probably too. So a lot of these have gone extinct, but so yeah.
Okay, so and that's a great answer as always, Peter. You and the audience agrees you have very impressive endurance, because you have been countering these questions for now 4.5 hours. This, we've had a goal to give the community the most comprehensive program or seminar on hominin fossils and out of Africa and human origins that exists, and I think we've largely met that goal. And so, Peter, you've done a great job. So here's my follow-up question. It would be incorrect then for a proponent of evolution to say that because of this interpretation of Littlefoot's feet, and specifically the inline big toe, it would be incorrect to say because of that, the Laetoli footprints are from an Australopithecine.
Of course, yeah, been correct. That's the whole point of it. They're desperate. They're so desperate for our inline, so they'll have to go to South Africa to find it. The Tolly footprints in Tanzania.
Right.
So that's how desperate they are. So basically, yeah. The thing is that skeleton that was found at Hadariva, that's also the Cadmium skeleton, which may be probably likely is erectus, but it doesn't have feet or anything like that, so you can't, and head and fingers, hands, so you can't make a final diagnosis on its condition. But that is one indicator that there probably was humans around in their dating time, but of course, by definition, they'll exclude it. And so by definition, they'll exclude the Laetoli footprints as human. And even though like people like Tuttle, Russell Tuttle, who examined it all, he concluded they were really human-like. But of course, he can't say they were human because then they're not supposed to exist in the evolutionary timeline. So they have to make up some unknown ancestor. But he even warned against evolutionists saying it was afarensis because it was too primitive. So basically, or something like that. So I think that. So yeah. So I think going to South Africa to get Littlefoot, and I don't even know that the Clark group maybe they can make maybe they can state their position on it more clearly, but still I don't know if I'd believe it, because they're only doing it because we're only doing it a total line of the evolutionary narrative. So sometimes the earlier conclusions are the better ones when they weren't influenced by peer pressure.
Right. Rather than the revisionist ones. And so what if on this topic, what if a proponent of the human pygmy hypothesis for Lucy were to say, okay, well, Littlefoot's pelvis is too poorly preserved, or visually, when we look at it in papers and articles, it's difficult to make any real good, solid, or high confidence conclusions on it to say that it does look similar to Lucy's pelvis. What would be a good response? Is it preserved enough to see those diagnostic traits, basically, or what would be a good response?
Look at yeah, it has a fair bit of damage to it, but I think it comes from South Africa, and the ST I think it's STW 431 or something pelvis that was compared to in the Grime is very similar. So it does look similar to another one, Africanus pelvis there. So that's a corroboration.
Good
and
point.
and
Okay.
and again, the 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 anterior inferior iliac spine would still becomes evident, even if it's deformed. And so, and you can see even when it's deformed, the size is not like a chimp's, you know. So the general shape is there. It may not tell you much more than the current one, Africanus one, STW431, but but the general shape is there, and the and some people have already analyzed parts of it and say it is more human-like in some features than the
And Lucy,
Sediba,
yeah.
Lucy, and the other Africanus specimen, and so that's what I would say.
Well, upholding good science, any good, informed, diligent reviewer of any paper or article that's promoting the pygmy hypothesis, they are going to have to bring up I know I would say, okay, you have some interesting points here. How do you address Littlefoot? How do you address Ardipithecus? Because again, these are points that I think you've demonstrated in your presentation that could falsify. I think they have probably falsified that view.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you need to take this into account. You know, look, the thing is, he can push it all he wants, and that's up to him. Personally, I kind of move on because there's probably more prominent other things to do than to harp on some hobby horse, which I don't think was which he shouldn't have gone public on, but and forced a response because otherwise you left the impression that he's correct, and so that we all agree with him, which we don't.
Right. And this is how good science advances. This is how we model build. Here's some challenges presented in a friendly, professional, cordial way. And so feel free to engage or address those challenges, or put away the model, admit that it's wrong, and move towards another one. And so as we start to wind down, Peter, again, this has been really good. I'm curious, and this has come up many times in the chat, not that you haven't addressed it or anything, but for example, I'll lay this out in a question because I'm curious from you, because I look to you, Peter, as an authority on this issue. I think you have the most consistent and well-balanced view on hominins and how to counter the evolutionary interpretation of them. So I take very seriously your input. And so when it comes to Australopithecus sediba, before you answer, I wanted to screen share. How do we best view in a consistent and balanced manner sediba and the hip of sediba? Is it MH1, MH2? Because some in the paleoanthropological world or community, like Ella Bean and Yoel Rack, they've pointed out that sediba might be just a jumble of species, an artificial taxon or species mix of Homo and also Australopithecine bones. So I guess my question is to you, as creationists, how do we view sediba? What's the best way to? Is sediba an ape? Is it a human? Or is it just like habilis? Is it a mixed species?
Personally, I take the view that unless someone comes up with some credible evidence that it's a jungle or species, you have to kind of take the word for it that it's not, that what is assembled is there. It belongs to it, because otherwise it makes it seem like your position depends on it being a jumble of species, but you don't really have any evidence for that except someone throwing it out there, and probably that is not fair to the discoverers either. And I don't think I don't think you need to go that way, because the pelvis is it's like the other Australopithecine pelvises. The skull is like, someone compared it to a sort of more Africanus skull or something like that. It's where it is built for tree climbing. So it's not really. So it's just the same issue as you have with Littlefoot, with Lucy, and specimens like that. So to make to attack one, you still have the others. So that's the thing. So you have Littlefoot there. So there's no. So what's the point of making a big thing out of something like this Well, you can't rule it out, but I wouldn't sort of base my argument on it. And then if it isn't a jumble of species, then well, your whole thing collapses, doesn't it? And the thing, and they are actually, I think they're doing more work on now. So I think the MH1 skeleton is going to be more parts attitude or something like that from Berger's site on X or something. So they're doing work on it. So probably more will come out. But I don't. Yeah, I just, I would be cautious about it because we already, have a model of Australopithecines as a unique primate group, and you have this pelvis which is kind of different from chimps. It's not human either, and Sediba isn't going to change that because there are other pelvises. And even in the study I quoted, people analysing it, the Sediba pelvis was less human-like than the Littlefoot. So I don't know what. So it's one of those things, I wouldn't kind of. I wouldn't get into the conspiracy stuff too much, unless there's some definite proof.
I think that's a good answer, Peter, because looking at, and maybe to help with the audience in what you're saying, because I think it's important, if we are to say that Sediba represented as MH1, MH2, if Sediba is a jumbled species or an artificial species, mix of human and non-human ape bones, as evolutionists would say, but the features are still similar to that of many of the Africanus specimens or STW 573. We have other pelvises, is what you're saying, basically, that look pretty similar to Sediba. One, like Chris with his model, might say, well, all the pelvises or pelvies are human, but then you have the problem with, okay, Ardipithecus has that same pelvis, and so does Littlefoot. And it'll be a hard pill to swallow to say that these are two humans, especially Littlefoot. I mean, you can clearly tell is an ape.
Now,
so,
the other thing is which are the human bones? And why is it always just the pelvis that's the human?
Or
the human commingled, like with Sediba? Where's the human skull? This is the thing. There's always the pelvis, but where are the other true human bones? There's always the pelvis, the one.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always it's like a brain lock. I don't know.
You know what? Actually, what you just said is a good point. I'm thinking out loud here. If these are mixed species, well, how come we don't at times find, two skulls or two hips, or how come it seems to always be like one or the other? Does that make sense? It seems like what you're hinting at.
Yeah.
Mixed species. Well, we bet, here's one skull here. But so in light of that too, if all the hips and lower body, features and so on and so forth, if these are all human, but then we got these ape skulls, well, where's all the Australopithecine ape bodies? If they're all humans, but you know what I mean? So it seems like we got a skull without a body, basically.
Well, the thing is, if all the postcranial skeletal elusi is assigned to humans, and most of that is apish or Australopithecine like, then and if you did that of all these finds, where is the postcranial bones to these apish skulls? Like this one here. Where is it? Surely it must have a postcranial bones as well.
It must have a body somewhere, right?
Yeah. That's the thing,
because for the audience sake too, if there's lay people out there, when we say postcranial, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, you have the cranium, so the skull, which are clearly ape. Postcranial would be below that, so all of your body, including the hip, the pelvis. And so if we have all these Australopithecine ape skulls, but then everything below, including the hip, we're just saying, well, that's human mixed in, or that's just fully human. Well, these ape skulls must have bodies, and yet apparently they don't exist then.
Well, we're out of bodies. It's sort of, it's one of those. It's never answered, and the reason is because their assertion is probably untrue. They probably, most of the bones probably do go with those specimens. It just, probability wise, it's very unlikely,
Well, especially if they're anatomically associated. Okay, I do want to make sure I ask this question before we wrap it up. What about, because I have a couple books behind me that are just human evolution books from the conventional paleoanthropologists. And so I'm trying to think of one of the author's names, and we're almost at 5 hours, so I can't remember it now. Anyways, he's got a book, and in it, Bernard Wood, that's his name, Bernard Wood.
Okay,
so in this book,
he's a kind of respected doyen or leading evolutionist. So,
right? Yeah. And in his book, An Introduction to Human Evolution, I've gone through. It's very interesting. There's one section where he admits that there's not really any good incentive, fame-wise and financial-wise, to find fossils or bones in the chimpanzee line. But we've got all these hominins, right? We've got all these creatures in the human line, but where's all the chimpanzee precursors? Where's all the chimpanzee ancestors? Are you curious with that? So does that mean that there are maybe some chimpanzee ancestors or precursors, some of their bones mixed in, or, I'm curious, what's a good way to view that? Because again, even he's admitting that there's more of an incentive to find creatures or bones in the human line rather than the chimpanzee line.
I think it's because maybe there were no ancestors. The chimps and gorillas were created that they kind of represent that as they were created. They haven't really changed.
Okay.
And that's the thing. And the bones that they're finding, the Australopithecines, were a distinct group, apish group, but they went extinct. It's a bit like you find the dinosaurs and stuff like that. They're extinct. So they draw more attention, but the mammals live on, so it's sort of,
that's a good that's a good point. And the data seems to suggest that you got humans as their own kind, chimpanzees and bonobos, they go to their own kind, perhaps gorillas are their own kind, and then orangutans, which would fit our model. Peter, this has been a marathon, but it has been an epic marathon, brother. We are going to get many clips out of this. And so to the audience, anytime a proponent of evolution brings up the hominin fossil record as good, at best, Peter, at best, what they have with these fossils, and I'd like to get your thoughts, is an agnostic piece of evidence. Okay, they got their explanation or interpretation, we have ours, but it doesn't really do anything to advance the debate. It's not discriminating evidence. I think the best way to engage in creation versus evolution debates, Peter, is not spend too much time focusing on the agnostic lines of evidence where both models can explain it. Like, hey, the sky is blue, the earth is round. Okay, well, both models can explain the data. We want to look to arguments that only one model can explain, which I think genetic data, for example, could help us. So would you agree that hominin fossils, at best, what we've shown or proven here, is all they really have is an agnostic piece of evidence, but nothing that's really going to, refute creation?
I guess one reason I focused on this more than brain, because the brain is one area where you can point out evidence. There's some, because of the intelligent design in the brain, it just can't be explained by it can't be put together by sort of potluck. Whereas the shapes of the skull can, there's a lot of variety around us, and a lot of things that influences it. And like we talked about before, Bones of Ficula can sing any song you want. So it's more put up a counter argument to it, rather than sort of use it to prove creation per se. That's the way I view it.
Right.
If you want to prove creation per se, you move to molecular biology, DNA, the irreducibly complex systems in our body, and also the functions of the brain, and going to that, the mind. That those are areas certainly to do with humans that there you can sort of prove more that this couldn't have created itself by nothing, for nothing, out of nothing. That is just preposterous. Whereas the other, the bones and stuff, are more agnostic because they live, because you're going to rearrange them. Particularly today, you have pathology. Also, you can arrange sort of skulls and say, well, this one evolved into that because they're different shapes and stuff like that. But in the end, it's all agnostic, and so basically, you're right in that sense.
Boom, you nailed it. Because critics, there's been some comments. Okay, they haven't really refuted what you're saying or what we're saying. The evolutionists in the chat, they're just saying, okay, but you showing inconsistencies or contradictions in the hominin fossil record doesn't prove creation, they're saying. But like you said, well, no, that's where we would go to the brain, the complexity of the brain, which only creation can account for, molecular biology, genetic data. And so I'm really glad you made those points there, because I think, Peter, those are important. So Peter, again, I really appreciate your time. I've really been looking forward to this. I know you put a lot of work into it, and I know we had a lot to discuss. And I think I'm happy to say we discussed it all, brother. We left no stone unturned. So Peter, any final words, final thoughts you wanted to leave myself, but also our audience with as we shut it down?
Look, I'll probably talked enough. So, but like I said, it's winning a debate isn't the most important thing. Is winning. My thing is, the internal perspective is basically people should consider the internal perspective. What why are you here? Why and why are you here? Where are you going? And after this life, and I believe Jesus Christ has the answer. He says he is the way, the truth, and the life, and basically whoever believes in him will not perish. So basically that I would that's the thing I would focus on. He crammed to be the creator. Amen. And also he's the savior. He died for us on the cross and showed he was God by raising himself from the dead. And that's no one can do that except if you are God. So basically, those are things that you really need to think about, consider, and not just toss away as an afterthought, because that will determine your eternal destiny. And so that's what I want to leave you with. And it's not important winning debate, but winning, that's my message. Yeah.
Amen. That's a beautiful message. No better final words than that. We could win arguments all day, Peter, but it's about winning souls. The Bible says that the fruit of the righteous is a tree of life. He that winneth souls is wise. And so, Peter, you are a wise man. And Jesus says, whosoever believeth in him hath everlasting life. Eternity is a long time. So the question is, where are you going to spend eternity? That is the most important question that anybody could ever ask themselves. So Peter, God bless you, brother. Beautiful final words. The gospel, nothing more important.
Same to you.
I appreciate it. To the audience, thank you so much for tuning in. This has been a blast. This has been comprehensive. I appreciate all the 5 hours of engagement and interaction in our really awesome live chat tonight. Great mix of people. And okay, share this content around, share it to your friends, share it to your family, share this video all over social media. Do us that favor, because this really is a comprehensive program on hominins, and we need to get this information out there because we want people to see the most consistent and balanced view of the hominin fossil record. Peter, God bless you. To the audience, God bless you as well. Standing for Truth is out.